Ata Marie, good morning everybody. Welcome to day 3 and sessions 11 and 12 of our long-term plan and waste minimisation and management plan hearings. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded and will be on Council's YouTube channel. And for anyone visiting to the room, please make yourself familiar with our emergency exits, which are marked in green. We might have some health and safety instructions to put up on the screen shortly, but this is no smoking venue. Please head outside. And there's a defibrillator located outside the customer services on the ground floor. Please report any near misses or accidents to our committee administrators. Before we crack in today, I'm going to start with a karakia. Mi enoi tātou. Tū taua mai I runga, tū taua mai I raro, tū taua mai I roto, tū taua mai I waho. Kia tau ai, te mauri tū, te mauri ora, ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, tae ki e. Thank you. We just have some administrative matters to get through quickly. We call for apologies. So we have apologies this morning from Councillor Rowley Fitzgerald and William Wood for sessions 11 and 12 this morning, and Mayor Grant Smith for session 11 and a late arrival for session 12 on council business. And we'll call for do we second that? Oh, yeah. Councillor Hancock. On my list. Oh, thank you. Okay, so we'll call for a vote. Thank you. That has passed unanimously. We're moving now to declarations of interest. Are there any declarations this morning? And there are not. Thank you. So we are heading into our hearings of submission this morning. So I'll invite submitters to come forward and take a chair at the submitters table there and activate your microphone on the right-hand side button. Each submitter will have 10 minutes and we'll be keeping pretty strict rein on that so that everyone has the same opportunity to be heard and questioned. So, here's my list. First up this morning, we want to call Jacqueline Yvonne Carr, which is submission 1199. Well, we're just finding out Jacqueline was also got Mason Ngātua Spooner. Are they present? Excellent. Welcome, Jacqueline. You've got 10 minutes and we've got a timer up behind us there so you can see how you're tracking. If you just press the right-hand silver button on your microphone in front of you there, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Right. Good morning, everybody, and you've obviously there's been a lot of work put in to produce this, and your patience must be wearing as we commit to the last day of hearings. So I'll keep it brief. I'm not very well prepared, partly because I fell down the step at Square Edge, so I've been up half the night with back pain, knee pain, and I should be really, but here I am. The first thing I noticed about this was the very tiny, tiny percentage of ratepayers' money that will be going towards climate mitigation or adaptation of, as far as we can, to the increasing number of supposedly 1 in 100-year events, whether it's tornadoes, flooding or whatever. compared to the amount that was proposed to be spent on buildings. Whilst one of the things I love about Palmy is the multicultural aspect, the 5 theatres, which is partly why I've got bags under my eyes, and Square Edge and the cultural side of it, and the library. These places are really, they're all places, meeting places where you can get together, everyone's treated the same, and really important. However, the amount that has been allocated or hoped to be allocated for very grandiose buildings for Anzac Park and other communities, libraries and centres is just extortionate and way beyond what we need, really. They are meeting places, but they don't have to be state-of-the-art architectural, vying with the Taj Mahal buildings. I live near the river. There's going to be an awful lot of new buildings crammed in there. Right next to the floodplain, incidentally, and using up at least part of the community garden, which I wasn't very happy about. Well, potential community garden, I should say. I'd like to see, probably most of you aren't as old and decrepit as me, so trying to get to the library for an evening meeting is quite a mission. It takes you about 10 minutes. There's the anxiety and stress of, will I find a park anywhere near it? Shall I park on the bird poo side, or can I go nearer? Then there's a steep slope, it's badly lit, it's not signposted. God help you if you're blind or in a wheelchair, because you wouldn't be able to see where you're going, wouldn't know where you're going. There's no signage at all on George Street. There's very inadequate lighting. So you've got a choice of a too steep slope that's badly lit or a load of steps. George Street could be one way, that would make life easier. I'm just going to take a moment. One of the ways that the council could save money is by not spraying Roundup everywhere. I've seen on 3 occasions council workers spraying with no masks. I did try to talk to one of them about the importance of this. I had to actually use sort of sign language because it wasn't their first language and they didn't think it was important. And I think health and safety is very important. Talking about health and safety and this becoming an eco-city and a happy city, we need green spaces. We need not to be stressed out by the congestion around the square. I mean, who wants to sit outside in a cafe and breathe in all the car fumes? Or Cuba Street, which has had an awful lot of money spent on it, but I actually don't like sitting out there because I have to breathe in everybody else's car fumes. Right, I think that's enough for now. Thank you for listening. Any questions?
Thank you, Jacqueline. Yes, there are some questions. We have Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jacqueline. Nice to see you today. I wanted to go back to the comments you were making about how you value the public life of the city, and I know I see you at lots of those things. So I'm taking from that you weren't against having more of those things, but you thought that they were too grandiose, too big, too fancy. So do you want to say a bit more about what appropriate sizing of those things would look like for things like the Awapuni Community Hub or for Highbury Library, Te Pātiki Tiki?
Well, ideally you would use green building materials, more wood than concrete and all the rest of it. I'd like to see, having worked with community service volunteers, probation people and truants and all those sort of weird and wonderful people, get them involved. Get local businesses to provide materials free if possible. Be a professional scrounger. I think the one on Anzac Park is the worst because who wants a great big thing up there? And besides which, there's the instability of the land to consider. I don't see why it's costing millions to put a decent road up to Anzac Park, Porkchop Hill, call it what you will. And in the paper I saw that Roslin, which is a deprived area, it's got a lot of state housing, it hasn't got much provision, and yes, perhaps a bit of money could go towards that.
Thank you. I just wondered, would you be able to just tell us a bit about the value you perceive in having the facilities that you talked about, like the events that you go to in the library or theatre? What's the value of that to you as a ratepayer?
I'm unemployed, probably unemployable now at my age. It's very difficult for people who've moved from a different area or a different country or don't speak the same language as the first people that, when they first arrive at least. And it's a social thing. I mean, actually, I wouldn't feel part of the human race if I didn't go out to the concerts and the library. I'm a creative writer, which is why I'm a bit, because everything's happening at once. I'm musical. And I know that a lot of elderly people and people who perhaps can't work or are disabled rely heavily on getting out to these places so that they're actually social places.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Jacqueline. I'm over this side. You indicated that you prefer capital value rating system. And you talked a bit in your submission about the need to be able to keep space around people's houses so they can grow veg and stuff like that. So are you able to expand on that a little bit? Does that mean that you don't support our plans to have more intense development in the city? Would you prefer more greenfields development?
I think it's got to be balanced. It does, if you've got a big section and you've got a fallen to bits house, the rates are huge. Perhaps there's space to have community garden areas within an intensive housing. I'm all in favour of reusing brown sites. In other countries, you get like a square of community garden and then housing around it. You do in Holland. And also, even if you go to London, there's green walls. There's green all over the rooftops and hanging down. And we don't see any of that in, well, I think there's one instance of it in Palmy. So that's one possibility. That, you know, we don't have to have high-rise skyscrapers, which aren't a very good idea in an earthquake-prone city like this one anyway.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Thank you. Councillor Hancock, got 30 seconds.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a very quick question. Jackie, you just mentioned Roslin and facilities in Roslin. Can you just perhaps just expand on your thinking on that?
I don't know much about Roslin, except there was recently a nasty incident there. Didn't somebody get killed? There's a lot of state housing there and not much greenery and places to recreate. It's, yeah, that's all I can say. There is a danger of, one of the nice things about Palmy is that actually there's mixed housing, so that you don't get ghettos and, well, apart from retirement villages, which is my idea.
Jacqueline, I'm sorry to interrupt
Okay.
you, but we have expired
Right,
the
there we
time.
go then.
Apologies for that.
Thanks, Jackie.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
I'd like to call next submission number 694, Morris Drop. Welcome, Morris. You're just on the right-hand side of your mic there, that's Excellent. You have 10 minutes. We're all yours.
Starting now. Good morning, everyone. The thrust of my submission is that in this period of recession, when planning and prioritising projects, PNCC needs to reflect the hardship many people are under. I believe that there is a given amount of money available, or when there is, it must be prioritised, just as a household budget has to be prioritised. For the city or any community, it should be done on the basis of the greatest good for the greatest number. The elected council, as I've said before, is responsible to its electors to maintain the city on their behalf. And that means taking a management role over the city staff to ensure that what the community needs is first priority for funding from what is not a limitless resource. PNCC as an organisation is responsible to its customers, the ratepayers, to deliver and provide the most important and overall beneficial services. I've found that there are some in council who consider that they own the city. Example, I lived in Awapuni some 5 years ago, and we had in our immediate neighbourhood 6 silver birch trees. I don't know if anybody's lived around silver birch trees. This variety has 2 major negatives. One, it's a health problem to a lot of people with respiratory issues. And 2, they create a huge amount of mess all year round. They're always dropping something. And it gets into houses, it gets into cars. I had a car parked in the garage, the car was closed and locked, and yet there were seeds in the car from those trees. The neighbourhood wanted them removed, and eventually we were able to get the attention of some individual in the Parks Department. We were arrogantly told in no uncertain terms that the council owned the trees and they would not be removed. Even when we, the residents and ratepayers, i.e. his customers, offered to replace them with an approved variety. Our requirement was of no import. In my submission to the long-term plan, I, in my view, prioritised the vision and goals in order of need and importance in the tough economic environment of today. For me, priority 1 is a sustainable and resilient city. Second priority is a connected and safe community. Third is an innovative and growing city. And for me, 4th is a creative and exciting city. What's the mania to be a flash city so people will want to live here? Make it efficient and livable, that will attract people, not gardens and retaining end-of-life buildings. Sustainability is a backbone, needs and services done efficiently. Last on the list is creative and exciting, which is a nice to have. Why are we still faffing about over the critical wastewater? The mayor now has cost payers a huge rates increase, but we can afford to decorate the central city. The city's staff and budgets, in my opinion, have got their priorities wrong. According to Stats NZ, one of the city population of workers, 73% of people drive a vehicle to work. Just 3.4% use a bicycle. Of the population going to school, 40% are taken to school in a vehicle as a passenger. Only 5.4% ride a bicycle. And yet priority is given to the small percentage's demands for attention. Hence the shambles that Featherston Street's become. In the supporting material for the submissions, Council bemoans, as do the population, the state of our streets. Council claims this is due to the age of the streets and the age of the construction. You want to try using one of those things around Palmerston North footpaths. It'll clearly show you the parlous state they're in. Roads need maintenance, yet rather than budget adequate funds for this, which would benefit the majority of the city's population, how much does the rework on Featherston actually cost? I work at Mitre 10 part-time, and the chaos of cars arriving at school arrival and departure times is incredible, as mostly parents ignore all normal road rules in the crush to deliver or pick up their precious kids. There were very, very few bikes in evidence around that area. The Featherston Street design is confusing at best, with lanes changing left or right and parking spaces suddenly appearing in front of you when you're driving through. Eliminate the left turn lanes onto Rangatiki Street, which caused the intersection to block up while turning traffic, and thus all traffic, waits for the pedestrian lights crossing. Nobody seemed to redesign those. Whose idea was that? Some individual in council who was not appropriately managed. Don't tell me there was consultation. It was so confusing that I, for one, gave up trying to figure out what was going to happen and sat back and waited for it. Another. According to Stats NZ, the city has a population of some 84,000, of which 15.8% are Maori, but the breakdown goes no further. What percentage are Pacifica? What percentage are European or other? Not given. Major spending on enhancements to cultural facilities are given priority over the sustainability needs of the entire city. The entire city's population, I mean. Beautifying the city centre is nice, but in this financial environment is not, I believe, to most people a top priority. What about the Amberley Bridge? As I understand it, the issue was originally occurring around the foundations, noticed some years ago. Was any temporary remedial work done to protect the foundations and minimise ongoing damage? Apparently no. And now ratepayers are faced with a cost many times greater than the original expectation to actually replace the bridge. That could have been avoided. Also, if you tried to put up with the traffic shambles that stand there with traffic lights, shouldn't be necessary. In business or in homes, if you want to invest or spend money, you have to budget. Can we afford the expenditure? Is this, whatever, the right thing at this time? What else is there that may be more important at this time? And for the customer, if I don't like the price of a service or product from a supplier, I can go elsewhere. Councils don't seem to do this. It's more a case of we want whatever, our rates will have to increase to pay for it. There seems to be little consideration of priority, value, efficiency, and the ratepayer doesn't have the opportunity of choice. Who approved the rebranding of the city, all its signage, vehicle graphics, and even documents on the website as Palmy? It might be catchy in a colloquial manner, but it was money spent at the expense of vital projects, and just as pointless as the Rose City thing that went on years ago, and that's faded into oblivion. It's a case of marketing over reality. To finish, another example, around 1990, council mandated a no smoking in public places bylaw. At the time, I had a small retail business, and one day some officious individual from council came in the door and presented me with a no smoking sign. Remember the ones with the rose on them? It was a case of, where are you going to put this? I'm not going to, take it away. You have to have it, council has decreed. Okay, stick it in that corner. And then it was, oh, it'll be $20. Someone in their ivory tower had decreed that struggling businesses, and we're talking early 80s, were to pay for their precious idea. I refused. I can't refuse a rate hike to cover poor decision making, Amberley Ave, non-essential projects, ethnic centres and rebrandings, and then be expected to put hand in pocket even more to fund essential work such as the wastewater project. Council must tailor its suit to fit the cloth. On the subject of urban growth, my one concern is the growth of industrial, spread and lifestyle properties eating up valuable farmland. Examples being the urbanisation out towards Newbury Line and the proposed industrial land on Rongatea Road, all good dairy land. Good quality land has been carved up into sections so some people can have a bigger lawn. New Zealand is a food garden and such lawns are unproductive and a waste of valuable land. As in this day and age, it's a quarter acre. So I think the answer is increased density housing. But what about infrastructure? Oh, let's put the rates up to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have time for one question from Councillor Hapata.
Thank you, Maurice. Just one question about your opinion on the rating system. So you talked about hybrid. Just can you give us your view on why you chose the hybrid system?
I think I said in my submission that I have to trust council to give me the right answer. Beyond that, I'm not an economist. I hear what previous speakers said. If you've got a big piece of land, I've got a quarter acre section. So, but my house is 50 years old. I'd love to subdivide it and put something on the back, but the way the section's laid out, it's an odd shape, I can't do that. It's not possible. So the pros and cons of the two opposing systems, capital and land, I'm not sure. I don't fully get it. Council is recommending a hybrid. That's probably, I have to accept that's the right answer.
Okay, thank you, Morris.
Thank you for presenting your submission to us today, and we'll be taking that into account when we have our deliberations at the end of May.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we would like to call submission number 863, which is David Parry for the neighbourhood support for Summerhill Titirangi Drive. David? Just going to locate David. Welcome, David. Thank you for coming in. Your microphone is already live for you, so you have 10 minutes to talk to us. We have read your statement and encourage you to leave some time for questions. The floor is yours.
Good. Well, good morning, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. I hope that I can talk to you. I've got laryngitis, you've probably picked up already, so I might just fade away in a couple of minutes' time. I represent the neighbourhood support group in Summerhill on the outskirts of town. This is made up of lifestyle blocks. Of course, we enjoy rural living and would like to maintain it as much as we possibly can. And there's certainly a great deal of concern amongst our residents that we could be facing an absolutely massive rates increase. Depending on which model you use, you would get somewhere between 38% and 78% increase in rates. And that amounts to about $800 to about $1,600 per household. Depends, it varies a bit, obviously. And I would suggest that this is not a trivial sum, especially for those who are on fixed incomes. And we note also in your long-term plan that you plan to levy $1,000 per household for 30 years. And that's not in yet, but it probably is going to be in before too long. And this means our rates will double. You know, if we have 78% plus another $1,000, it'll be more than double what we pay now, which strikes us as being excessive in the extreme. And we note, just out of interest, Auckland set its rates at 6% yesterday. So there does seem to be a discrepancy somewhere along the line here. So basically, the concerns we have is as follows. Firstly, the size of the increase proposed for rural residents seems to us to be excessive. And reducing the rural discount seems grossly unfair when we, in fact, provide the infrastructure ourselves. We provide water tanks, we've installed them, we put in sewerage systems, we maintain them, or we get people to maintain them for us. So we are self-sufficient currently and have been for 20 years. So, to put it bluntly, what's in it for us? I mean, that sounds a little bit crude, but what gains are we going to get from a big increase in rates when we have everything we need already? One could argue that if the rates do indeed double, one would have the expectation that the City Council would install new sewerage lines, new wastewater facilities, new street lighting, new footpaths, and facilitate the bus reaching our area of the world. But again, it seems rather stupid in the sense we have something that works and does a very good job currently. I replace something that works. One of our neighbours had a suggestion. I've got no idea whether this is true or not. You may be able to answer. A lot of our sections have ponds, quite sizable ponds. Now, we're being treated more like urban dwellers than rural dwellers. Do we have to fence all our ponds? If we do, that's thousands and thousands of dollars extra again. I mean, my pond is 20 metres by 40. That's 120 metres if you put the fence right on the edge of the water. So it would be further away from that, and it would be, I suggest, probably $10,000 or maybe more. I have no idea. I haven't done any figures on it. There's nothing, of course, in the long-term plan to indicate that the council would actually carry out the new installation, new sewerage lines, new wastewater facilities, street lighting, etc. So neighbours, you know, are they a cash cow for the council? I was putting it rather bluntly, but I'm sorry. It seems we're providing money when we've actually got everything we want already. We are obviously happy to contribute to the council in general for the facilities which we can use in the city, but the increases, as I say, seem to us to be excessive. And everyone here will know that these are not easy economic times for anybody. Some people are doing it really tough out there, some are losing their jobs, some are very much on the breadline. Putting increases of this sort of magnitude, especially on the rural people, is really, really hard. And I know there's never a time when putting the rates up is going to be popular. I mean, that's just the fact of life. But what we would ask you is to concentrate on core business. I mean, core business to us is roading, it's the water, it's the parks. There's lots of things in the long-term plan which are really nice to have, and I'd love to see some of these, you know, the Awapuni Library, etc., etc. They would be great. But in fact, we can't afford it. I mean, each of us have an income, and we say, oh, I'd love to get a new Jaguar, or I'd like to get a new house, or something like that, but I can't afford it, so I don't do it. And I think the council has to perhaps think along similar lines, that there are things which we cannot afford at the current time, much as we would like them. That's probably the main points I wanted to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. We do have some questions. Councillor Johnson first.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, David. I'm just trying to establish who you're speaking on behalf of here. So is it all the residents in Titirangi Drive?
Titirangi Drive, there's also 3 roads that go off it.
Okay.
Homestead Lane, Barrich Lane and Holden Way.
Okay, so...
There's 26 houses there.
So did you have a meeting or something to come to these conclusions? How have you gathered views?
Well, I email people and get feedback. Some have made separate submissions to you. You may have seen these already. Others have just fed back information to me, which I've incorporated in their plan.
Okay, so you emailed them and did they all respond?
No, not all of them.
Okay, so half of them? Like roughly how many people are you representing, would you say?
Probably about half, I think.
Okay. And are they all lifestyle,
Yes.
you know, would they be all affected by the change in discount to the lifestyle
Yes.
rates? Okay.
Yeah, we're all about, in the old parlance, about acre blocks, which is about 0.4 of a hectare.
Okay.
And some are a little bit bigger, some are a little bit lower, but basically they're all about the same.
Okay.
And it was established on a farm back 2000, and when was it, 6 or something like that. So about nearly 20 years ago now.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. So your opinion on the rating system is you want to stay with land?
Yeah, well, the current system is, to us, would
Yeah.
be better. I mean,
Okay.
so we appreciate that the costs of things go up, and we understand that if you're 11.3%, 8% is in fixed costs, so we sort of have some sympathy with that. It's just that, as I say, that some of our people are going to face 100% increase in the very near future with the $1,000 water levy, when we've in fact got all the water we want, and we're not putting any demands on the City Council whatsoever. And we might have up to, let's say, 78%, depending on which model you use, so it's not a certain figure.
Okay. I'm not, yeah, I'm not sure how that would work for people that aren't connected to the wastewater system. I'm not sure that you would be subject to the levy, but we'll leave that for now. I just wanted to be clear about what you wanted. So you want land value and you want to continue with the 37%
Current
discount?
system, yes, certainly. I mean, we are self-sufficient currently. I mean, of course we have a road in there, and that was recently upgraded, which is great. But we don't have footpaths, we don't have much in the way of street lighting, and I say we don't have water, we don't have grey water disposal, sewerage, all of which we pay every year to people who come round and maintain it.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, David. You've mentioned that those increases you feel are excessive. I'm just wondering, in your opinion, what would be, in the current economic times, what would be a reasonable or acceptable level of increase?
I don't know. I have some sympathy with the council here. I mean, the waste and water, for instance, the $1,000 levy that you will need in order to upgrade it. It's something one could argue that the government needs to take a bigger share of responsibility for, rather than just putting it all on the ratepayers. It's really pretty tough to do that. It's really hard to say what a figure that's acceptable would be. Everyone would have a different opinion on it. So I'm not going to come up with a figure for you, because I just don't know, without talking to people, what they would be willing to accept.
Okay, thank you. In terms of concentrating on...
Councillor, we're just about to run out of time,
okay.
so let's stop
I'll
you
leave it there. Thank you.
My apologies. Thank you very much, David, for giving us your time this morning, and we'll be taking your submission into account in our deliberations at the end of May.
Thank you very much.
Right, councillors, we're just going to move to our first submitter for the day, Mason Ngātua Spooner. That's submission number 526. Welcome, Mason. Thanks for joining us this morning. Your mic is already live. You'll have 10 minutes.
All right.
And we leave some time for
I'll
questions.
make it short and sweet because, yeah, and I'm very sorry for being late, kids. But yeah, I'm Mason. I'm a DJ here in Palmerston North. I'm the owner of Sounds Goods DJs and Mid Central Bass. I import about, I don't know, I've done about 50 DJs in the last 6 months here to Palmy. My concern is what is there for the nightlife in the long-term plan, because what I read, there was absolutely nothing in there. Sorry, I don't speak in front of people normally. But yeah, so from what I saw, there was nothing in there, and I'm sort of wondering, where is our nightlife going? Obviously, all the young ones love to come out still. I've seen, heaps of you guys out, as I do, being a DJ and working all the time. And yeah, I see nothing in the long-term plan about the nightlife. So that's my question to you guys. What have you got in place?
Thank you. We have some questions for you. Councillor Mickelard.
Thanks, Mason. I read your submission, and nightlife means different things to a lot of people. You know, it could be going to a restaurant and spending time there and dining and eating. But to you, I believe, might mean, given your profession, might mean nightclubs and that sort of thing. What do you suggest we do as a council? I'm going to reverse it back to you, because these are submissions we need to hear from you. What do you suggest we do as a council to ensure...
I have no idea. I think the processes around liquor licensing probably need to fasten up. That would be a major thing. I feel that Palmy's at in a position at the moment where all the other councils are sort of making their closing times faster, so they're shutting their bars earlier, whereas Palmy at the moment, I feel, is in a position where it can flourish and the nightlife can grow, sort of thing, and be known for its nightlife. That's what I feel can happen. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mason, for coming in. You seem to be talking particularly about the late night opportunities in the city. I wonder what issues do you see, if any, that you feel are restricting that, and is that somewhere council can focus?
For me, I see a lack in food stalls. Right. There's definitely only one, well, two, including McDonald's.
Cheese Kelly.
Yeah, and Richie's, and that's about it. Yeah. There's nowhere for people to get food. I feel like that would be a big change.
Okay.
Also, that there's no, I guess, on-ground advocate for the nightlife. There's no one that's on the ground every weekend. I'm there, I know what's going on. I see the same security officers, they know me by name, everyone knows me by name during the night. It's I know it seems bad, but
Seems
I'm
like
a
it
family man, I can assure you that. Yeah, there's just no one on ground, and I feel like there's no opinions coming out from the patrons, from the people, you know, all that kind of stuff.
So no collective voice that's representing the needs
The
of those
nightlife.
kind of
The
businesses.
socialisers, they like to come out during the night. There's
Okay.
no, yeah.
That's really helpful. Thanks, Mason. I'll follow that up.
Okay, Councillor Barrett.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mason, for coming in. And as somebody that's usually in bed far before you start work, I must say I have an appreciation for people that can make it through to those kind of hours and enjoy those experiences. Some of the feedback that we've had over the last couple of days has been kind of from younger people in the community and youth. And some of them have expressed concerns around kind of the safety of the city centre environment, especially the public spaces that we manage. And I just, some things like lighting, things like just actual physical safety. And I just wondered if you had any reflections kind of on that side of what council's opportunity might be to support.
Yeah,
this.
well, I see the police most weekends. That's a huge side of the safety thing. I do see security out all the time as well. But I don't see as much councillors, I guess, doing their job and assessing the place and doing what they need to do. I'm not pinpointing anyone. But yeah, I mean, the safety side of things, obviously people get sloppy with alcohol. And I think the bar owners, personally, I think the bar owners need to do more. So like there's places like Topor who have the scanners. They can scan IDs, all that kind of stuff. I'm 100% for that. There are people that come with warrants to the bars and the bars don't even know. But that's because they're not scanning IDs, they're just looking and people are going through. So I agree that there needs to be some sort of safety system in place where your ID's getting scanned before you go in, and then that way people are going to know if the thugs are in or if they're out, I guess.
Thanks for that. I guess thinking about potentially simple things we could do too, like just improving lighting or, you know,
Yeah,
interested
the dark
in those
spots.
spaces.
Yeah. the shadows. Yeah, I mean, anything helps really. Most of the nightlife's on Main Street and Royal, sort of the other end of town where the neighbourhood is and all that kind of stuff. That's totally separate. You probably get no trouble down there.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Finlay.
It's quite interesting about you talking about the nightlife. You know, over the last 30 odd years, I've spent a lot of late nights out there, and I've seen so many changes. But the changes that we've had are not council changes; they are changes made by the community. You know, do you think that maybe somehow or other the younger people should get together and get someone in the community to start something up? Why should it be council?
I think from what I'm getting at, I think the council can fasten up their processes for the liquor licensing side of things, because we've got a few bars that shut earlier than the others, and it's not really equal. As far as sort of advocating for the people, I feel like, yeah, there needs to be someone doing that. Someone on the ground who can talk for the people that's there every single weekend and understands.
You realise the liquor licence, when they close, it's their choices.
Yeah.
It's not the council's choice when they close and when they are not. What would you like to see? You know, you give us a general thing, but what would you actually like to see happen?
I'd like to see people. I'd like to see Palmerston North being an amazing place for younger students to go, younger people to go, for it to build, and for I'm not saying it for myself, but I get a lot of artists and a lot of DJs and all that kind of stuff, and I'd love for Palmy to be a place for them to want to go. And at the moment it is. They're loving it. But I feel like we need more, if you get what I mean.
And you see it as council's responsibility?
I feel that council could probably play a part, yes.
Well, tell me what part.
I'm not saying funding or anything like that. It's just more of to help to make it look appealing. You know, make the Main Street, make everything where the nightlife is look appealing, I guess, would help as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Bowen's just jumped back in there.
I popped back in. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mason, I just wanted to find out from you, If you or any of the bar owners that you know have any contact with the Palmy Business Improvement District staff, they're the people who are on the ground to look after businesses in the central city.
Yeah. I think they do some work with MIB. I don't really
Right.
know what that is, but I have been speaking to bar owners and all that kind of stuff because I do liaise with them quite a bit. I've got the support of Gary Wright, Suckbury, and Oksana, everyone. Yeah, I'm not too sure.
Okay, maybe that's somewhere we can connect you and try and get some better runs there. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. That concludes our questions. Thanks for sharing your submission with us. And we'll take that into account when we deliberate at the end of the month. Thank you. Next up, we have Jonathan Mason, which is submission number 853. Welcome, Jonathan. You've probably heard the drill. You've got 10 minutes. Your microphone's already on. And we encourage you to leave some time for questions. The floor is yours.
Right. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. Look, I was born and raised in the Manawatu, and I own a lifestyle block out in Whakarongo. I've been a ratepayer for over 35 years, and I've worked in the heavy electrical network of New Zealand for my working career, and I've also had 3 years working in the design and project management department of council a number of years ago. So a little bit inside knowledge here and there. So look, firstly, I just want to say how lucky we are in this city. We have great amenities. It is well serviced, well looked after. It's a vibrant city. I've worked in a third world country. I've travelled a little, and I know we are very privileged to be here. However, there are always, that comes with a cost, and it comes with good management, and it comes with adherence to good governance. And I want to touch on that a little bit. Look, I have to say that, and I'm not alone here, which is good, an increase in rates could be onerous. But I'd be very happy to pay more rates if I had some idea where it was going. And in your plan it just says e.g. transport, so you're targeting the rural lifestyle blocks very loosely. In fact, I use the word, I don't like it, slush fund. You're wanting a greater income from us. That's fine. But I offer you, I would be happy to pay more if I could see where it went. For instance, in the Whakarongo area we have some roading issues. They're not particularly bad, but if you had a targeted scheme where you said, listen, we need to do some work here, and that is like a piloted rate, and I think Horizons do something like this. So I could see where the money went, and then when it was finished, perhaps it stopped, okay, and our rates came back down. But they don't. In 10 years' time, they just go up and up. And that's the way the world works to a degree. But following from that, I guess, I'd like to say to you all that, and you've heard it from others, we are entering a period where we need to exhibit some austerity. We really do. Households, the world economy, our economy is stretched at this very point. The whole country is in severe debt. The company I work for, you wouldn't even hear about the debt they have, but the electricity network is severely in debt as well. Most of my working career was working on capital funds. So we don't all see that. And yes, there is ways if you're buoyant and you can pay that off, but when I say austerity, and I said before slush fund, is that our city does need infrastructure, no doubt about it. If you want to bring this city to its knees, stop spending on water, sewage treatment and the likes, and stormwater, you'll bring it to its knees in the days. So that's important, I understand that. What I'm saying is that discretionary spend, such as road frontages and stock car overbridges and arena updates, these are things that are nice to have, but they're not essential to have at this point in time. And I think, and I saw an example of that, and I wish Mayor Smith was here right now, because I'd eyeball him and say, well, you had a recent example where the street frontage went to vote And half of you said no, and the other half said yes, and he took a deciding vote. I think I got that sort of right. Now that would be a cause of serious concern if you're in a business, when half of your people said, I don't think so. I would say, here's a flaw in what we've constructed. We need to revisit this. Yet it came down to almost emotion as to going ahead. Now, you wouldn't run a business like that. Not at all. So, that is my key point. It's about prioritising what is essential, and there's plenty of those, and you're going to push us into 3 times our debt level, thereabouts, if this 10-year plan goes forward as it says, so that's fine. But that will take some serious management and governance. And so I have one other, and so that's my key point. For goodness sakes, get in step with the rest of the country. Get in step with the way the government is looking at things like that now and trying to curb expenditure. Get in step with how the world's going and consider those things. I give you an insight. Where do you think the price of diesel will be in 10 years' time? I think it's going to be quite seriously high. This is where the world's heading. Inflation is being driven by the cost of fuel. The cost of fuel, even though we all hope to be green, we all hope to be on electric everything in 10 years' time, I can tell you we won't be, because it's too hard. So the cost of fuel will just increase inflation regardless. It adds to the cost of transport, the production of food, the production of your own personal transport, and it will continue to do that, seriously. Okay, that's my little whinge. I have one more, and it's about governance. And you'll see I've written in here of a 10-year plan, undertaken possibly 30 years ago, 3 plans ago, where works are not complete. So that was the Ferguson Street stormwater main. It's not complete. The other one I didn't put in here is the Carwell Stream. Is not complete. When I ask people in council, I get a blank stare. They do not even know what those projects were. So there's a pipe in Ferguson Street, I call it the pipe to nowhere, this is incomplete. So as a ratepayer, I've invested money in a project that's not finished. So I mentioned governance before. If you're going to run projects in the future, such as a $200 million or more sewage treatment upgrade, where's an expectation that some serious governance would go around that? That's what I'm insinuating, because I have evidence that there is unfinished works. So sorry to bring that up, but that is an example of, where we could do better.
Thank you, Jonathan. Would you support a greater spend on stormwater if it was targeted towards projects that are unfinished or need work?
Obviously, because you can't leave it like that. We've sunk millions of dollars into a project that's not usable. So it should be finished. There's actually a bottleneck in the system. You remember Palmerston North is with the all infill, there's less absorption. All the old pipes out there can't cope with the flows because they're not big enough. So these schemes are vital.
Okay, thank you. And just quickly, you were mentioning sort of the principle of majority, which we make decisions by rather than consensus. And Srani, do you have thoughts on what would be a better way for us to make decisions?
I don't get your
When
point.
you're talking about that shop front and it's nearly a half-half vote, so it's majority rather than consensus.
It says there's something wrong with the way that the actual option or the project was conceived. That's what it says to me. You wouldn't do that in normal business. You'd say, look, I think this is flawed. I think the design's flawed. Do we really need to spend that? And then it came down to an emotive vote.
Right, so it's more evidence-based than principle.
If I was in governance, if I was mayor, I would have said, we've got to revisit this.
Okay.
We will hold this and just see if it is essential and test it again.
Thank you, that's helpful. We've got Councillor Bowen on the line.
Thank you for coming and speaking to us today. I wanted to ask about your comments about the targeting rate, and you talked about how Horizons do it, that they go, this is the project, these are the people who are going to play, and then
Scheme type.
you do a scheme type thing.
Yeah.
Were you proposing that we did all of our projects like that?
I don't think you could. I think the management of such would be quite difficult. And indeed, yeah, it would take some work. And I don't know quite how Horizons do it, but I know that if they do a water treatment, if they do a pumping station, say on the main drain road out there, they target those that benefit.
Yeah.
So they can see where their money's going.
So it could be across the whole city, or it could be a local
There could
thing.
be lots of schemes like that. For
Lots of
instance,
schemes.
you know, really with my own, even though I pay for the damn pipes that go past my door, and I can't connect to them because I'm rural.
Yeah.
You know, I don't really want to contribute to the sewerage system, but I know it's important for the city, so I should. But
So that balance of who gets the benefit, who contributes most.
Yeah. But you know, this for the greater of the good, everyone has to contribute. I understand that.
Oh, thank you. That's a really interesting perspective.
Thank you. That does bring us to the end of the time.
Are you
Apologies,
going to do that
councillors.
stormwater? Finish that stormwater, guys?
We will take that into account in our
hope so.
deliberations at the end of May. Thank you, Jonathan. No. Okay, we're moving down to Karen Keenan. Welcome you out. That's submission number 1153, colleagues. Welcome, Karen.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. It's a little bit out of my comfort zone, but I'll just put in a bit of input here. I'm a local resident, ratepayer, mortgage owner, medium income earner type of person. I've come from probably quite a frugal background. I've gone, so just initially speaking to the submissions, I think my initial take was, the rates are going up so much, looking at the incremental proposals going through there. And looking at it further, just speaking into it, I did think there's a lot of great things being proposed. I really thought you've got to find a balance between pinching the pennies and having a vision and moving forward to it. So just looking through not the infrastructure, which I think is first and needs to be taken account of first, not looking at that, but looking at the sort of the discretionary spending for the bigger projects. I think they do help Palmerston North become a more attractive city, and I think that is important. But just quickly going through the projects, I think the Multicultural Centre sounds fantastic. The Pacifica Centre also, and the Patikitiki Library also could have great community development potential, but I also think that they could be community funded in some way as well, that the community themselves could be looking at how to raise money, for example, through concerts, if you've got 140,000 people going to a multicultural festival, if you have a koha of $5 attendance fee, you've raised $70,000 in one festival, which is 10% of proposed costs for a multicultural centre. So if you can engage community in creating facilities for community, that is less than just going through rates and getting the money. The bigger projects, I think, the Central City Library and the Central Trust Arena, they're sort of bigger ticket items, and I think it would be worthwhile taking longer to do planning. The gentleman that spoke before myself speaking about the need for night life activities, I think that's extremely true. We've got restaurants to go to, plays if you like it, and movies, but there's not a lot of facility for places to go and be in the evening city-wise. The Spanish women's football team let the world know that. So just potentially in terms of the library upgrade, when that needs to happen, is there a possibility for central city spaces to be developed? Rooms such as half the size of this would be big enough for one one area of a library, which could be a temporary library for the children's library or the non-fiction or something, and then go on to be future useful. Yeah, excuse me. just there's a lot of ideas. I'm more in the ideas than the, just because they're such big ticket items, the more that you can make a good planning outcome for something like that, the better you can be. With the central arena, is there any chance that that could be part of, sorry, I'm rambling a bit there. I'll leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. We do have some questions. We'll go to Councillor Barrett.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Karen, for coming in, and especially when it's not easy for you. Genuinely appreciate that. So thanks for being here. I just wanted to ask, I guess one of the kind of motivating factors for us is that over time things tend to become more expensive. And we feel probably a little bit of that challenge around things like the wastewater treatment plant, where, it's gone from the tens of millions to the hundreds over time. And I guess I want to know your perspective when you talk about taking longer to do some of these projects, how we should the risk that they become a lot more expensive if we wait.
I'm thinking just in terms of if it is yourself, whether or not you need it or not, if you can actually pay for it as a consideration. Who are your ratepayers? What are they able to pay? Is it an ageing, or whether or not it's needed if the money's just simply not there? I suppose it just increases rates as one aspect, but if it's your own spending, if the money's not there, then you have to think again and come up with another solution. But I'm not.
Yeah, no, I absolutely on that. So if we were to assume that it is a necessary project, would we be better spending now or risking inflation of those costs over time?
If it's necessary, you need to make a move on it. But like roads, water, and so on, I'd just hate to see so much money go towards a new library in Awapuni. That means that we have to borrow more money for the wastewater, because wastewater is more important than the library. A leaky library can be put up with, but the wastewater is going to have huge impact. So those areas, you just have to get on with it, really.
Great. Thanks again for coming in.
Thank you. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Karen. I did have a couple of questions just on the basis of what you've talked about and what you've written for us. You made a comment, which I wanted to ask you to explain a bit more about how we should incentivise rainwater.
Oh, I just had an idea that rainwater coming off the roof during summertime or being stored could be used in the gardens, and whether or not people could be encouraged when they're doing upgrades to put in rainwater tanks on the property. If there was some kind of incentive for that, then that's less water coming off public reserves.
So do you not think people would do you think people would only do that if council incentivised it in some way? It's not something people would just do themselves because they want to water their garden?
No, I think people should get on into it themselves, really. Yeah. It shouldn't be reliant on council, but just if it's possibly mentioned as an idea and council supports it and that kind of thing. I don't think council needs to pay for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And then you'd made a couple of comments about projects that you don't support in their current format, and probably in the Awapuni Library conversation just there. Taking Awapuni as example, I think Central Energy Trust was the other one you mentioned. What format would you support? What's the problem there from your perspective?
I think Awapuni is good as it is. I think it's very functional as a community centre as it is. So that's my feeling about that.
So you think we should keep a library in Awapuni? You don't think it needs to be expanded and upgraded?
Currently, no, I don't think so myself. Yeah.
Are you a user of that library?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. Thank you. Really helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Councillor Naylor.
Thanks, Karen, for your submission. I'm over here. On your final page of your written submission, you talked about the rates being too steep an increase, and in response to Councillor Barrett's question, you said it comes down to what ratepayers what are able to pay. In your opinion, what level of rates increase would be reasonable for ratepayers to be able to pay in the current environment?
I think if you're looking more around a 2 to 3% increase, that will probably be easier to swallow than a 10% increase yearly, just in overall.
Okay, thank you. And to achieve that sort of reduction, we would need to make significant changes to our levels of service. Would you accept a reduction in some level of service in order to achieve that lower rates increase?
What would that mean in effect?
It would mean that some of the things that happen now don't continue to happen as much, or it means we would be building less new stuff.
I'm happy to build less new stuff in terms of the exciting new proposals. I think the council does a great job with what they do, but I think if you take on too much, you just overload yourself with projects. And I would be happy to see less, but I wouldn't be happy to see less of rubbish collection, recycling, those kind of things.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yep, thank you. No, that's helpful.
And that was right on time. That's your 10 minutes. Thank you very much for coming to share your submission with us, and we'll take that on board for our deliberations at the end of the month. Thank you. Next, we are moving to John Farquhar. That's submission number 1001. Welcome, John. Your mic is already live there, and you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, councillors and chair. Excuse me. I represent, not clearly just not myself. There's quite a lot of property and a whole different raft of names, and so I haven't listed it all out, but I come as a representative of all those things. Firstly, we'll talk about the debt of the council. I know that the officers want to be financially prudent. I know prudence is an objective measure in lots of ways, because we have to react to the circumstances that we're confronted with. This raising of the debt level to 250%, I don't know how you arrive at a figure like that. It sounds quite arbitrary to me, but I don't know. I just think that the place saddled with too much debt, ultimately there is going to be a price to pay that we can't see today, but we'll see sometime in the future. But once again, we've got to try and live within our means. That's a practical fact of life for all of us. Anyhow, that's not the main thing that I came to talk about. I'm much more interested in the potential changing of the rating basis. Rating is tax. There's no doubt about that. That's a tax. And in fact, for the council, it's a zero-sum game. So you're going to get so much rates, whichever method you use, well, to achieve that, or to achieve the collection of that rates, is once again, you're taking from someone to give to someone else, or someone else someone else carries a larger burden than someone else. The current land-based system has been around for a long time. I remember going back about 20 odd years, there was an attempt to change the capital value rating, and it didn't succeed. And I don't think it should succeed this time either. The hybrid system, I think, is sort of like we'll have a bit of a change to see what happens. I can't see really what it's achieving. There's this question of fairness. Now, a lot of people are going to benefit and lots of people won't. It's probably a 50-50 split. And who's it fair for? I mean, I've had it reeled out to me that some old people live in, I'm quite old myself, so I suppose we'd be slightly careful, live in houses and they can't afford to pay the rates because the capital value of land is, the value of the land is going up, and it goes up all the time, and the improvements clearly don't keep up, and therefore they end up paying a disproportionate amount of rates supposedly. But I think the counter argument is a way stronger, which is the young person, the person that's struggling to to get through life, who buys a house, mortgages themselves to the hilt. Invariably, in all those cases, the improvements always represent a much larger percentage of the capital value than the land. Always, absolutely always. So therefore, the encouragement to build high-density housing, that actually is even worse, because as you can imagine, a terrace lives on a very small slither of land versus the improvements that are sitting on top. So the people who are going to be ultimately burdened by this are actually the people that are probably least capable of dealing with it. An old person can have a house, they can go down the road and get a reverse mortgage if they feel like it, and they can deal with it, but the people that are young can't. They just normally mortgage right to the limit, and also the interest rates going up by 3 or 4 times hasn't helped them at all. But I think it's not, I just don't think it's got any merit. And if you think that, if I listened to one of the meetings you had here, and I think I recall hearing that in fact the business sector was going to benefit to some small degree by this. People forget that rates for a business are a deductible expense. The tax component of it is off it. So if you've got a farm or you've got a business that's in your personal name, your tax relief is 39 cents if you're in maximum rates. People say that it's quite a good thing to have, and where we've got an area that's predominantly rural, which means that the land and the capital value are pretty much the same. There's probably a Manawatu, and I know they've got capital value rating over there, and probably the farmers feel that the townies get the best benefit from the rate money's being spent, and therefore they have that to square it all off. If that's an argument, which I'm not sure it's all that good, but once again, rates for farmers are deductible. I don't think it applies too much to Palmerston North, because we have very little rural here. The whole town is the town, and I just can't see how even the benefit of rating the roads, because you get an extra $1.5 million, there must be some other method of getting that if someone's going to try and collect that. And anyway, if the utilities are going to have to pay extra rates, they're going to pass it on to the consumers. I just don't get it. I just don't think there's anything to be gained by it. It's just sort of flirting with the system just for the sake of it. There's equal number of winners to losers. But the young people are the people that hurt the most.
Thank you very much. We have some questions for you, John. Councillor Naylor first.
Thanks, John. I was interested to read in your written submission on the bottom of the 3rd page, in terms of your views on debt and the debt limit being raised to 250%. And you said that needed to be consulted on. Currently, that's part of what we're doing with this long-term plan consultation. That's one of the things we are consulting on. I'm really interested. You've compared the 8,893 debt per household now to close to 35,000 with what's in the plan, and you've said that 300% increase is too much. I'm really interested to understand how you think we can reduce that debt.
Well, if half of that debt is the sewerage system, which it is, apparently 600 million, as I understand it, as part of this 1.2 billion potential. These are figures that have been given to me. I haven't calculated them myself, so I'll put the rider over this, that they may be slightly inaccurate. I've been fed from inside the council, so, and it's a really serious dilemma. That how do we confront this problem? I mean, if we have the problem, do we close our eyes and just carry on as if it's just not there? Because I don't think we do. So if we're still going to have to confront the sewage system, regardless of whatever happens, that doesn't actually sanction us going crazy, saying, oh, we've got debt and we blindly suspend on because we've just got such a big problem. So if the debt goes from 8,000 a household to 32,000, there's 8,000 of that has to be spending that's under the control of the council outside of the sewage system. So that's the bit that you're playing with. And frankly, if you read my submission, I think you'll see that I don't object to you spending the money, just that if we haven't got it to spend, well, we're going to think pretty carefully about it. Now, when I say we haven't got it to spend, if it's financially imprudent.
Well, we've only got it to spend if we rate.
Well, yeah, well, herein goes I don't know what the percentage of the rates in Palmerston North is spread over an average household income, what percentage they are relative to other parts of the country. But I guess we'd be pretty much in the middle of the middle segment, I guess. I don't think we'd be too extreme one way or the other. But I don't know, you people know a lot more about the financials of the city than I do, but I don't. I mean, people struggle to pay the rates. I pay a lot of rates, and I think about it a lot, but I can't do anything about it because it's a tax. Therefore, it's unavoidable. There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay, thank you. The other half of the what's driving that debt in terms of our capital program, do you have any views on that?
Which part's that?
All of the capital, we've got 1.5 billion worth of capital new included in our plan that's contributing to that debt. I'm just wondering, you've said that the 300% increase in debt is too much, and you've mentioned half of that being the wastewater, the other half being the capital new 1.5 billion that's included in our plan. Do you have a view on whether we should be progressing with all of that?
I think some of it should be scrutinised pretty carefully. I know it gets spread over time, and I also know that inflation plays a part here. So, what's debt today in 10 years' time is half a debt. The buying power of the dollar helps any debt as it drops down. We know that.
So I'm just a little bit unclear. Are you comfortable with the increase in debt, or are
No,
you
I'm not.
You're
No,
not. You're
no,
not.
no.
Okay.
Because I think some of it's unavoidable, which is the sewer system.
So do you have any suggestions on how we can reduce the amount of debt?
Well, I'm not sure you can reduce the amount of debt short of someone come along and give you the money, and if it's going to be the ratepayer. I mean, what are you going to gain by having the ratepayers up in arms? You end up having a ratepayers revolt. That happened up in, what do you call it, just north of Auckland, and what was it, Kuiper, was it? Yeah, they had a ratepayers revolt. It's a big deal because the rate, because I'm sure maybe you're conversing with them, but effectively they had an infrastructure project that went over budget by about 10 times. Then they had a ratepayers result. It was pretty messy.
Okay, thank you.
You don't want that. You got to drag society along with you some way. So don't get them wound up because they get a bit out of control. Might be good.
Thank you. Thank you very much, John, for coming to speak with us today. That pretty much brings us to the end of time. So thank you, and we'll take that into account for our deliberations at the end of the month. Thank you. Excellent. Councillors, we're moving online for our next submitter, Amanda Coates, Pre-Limited, submission number 1052. Amanda, we can see you. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent, we can hear you. So you have 10 minutes and the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning. I made a submission on this because I'm concerned about the level of debt and the affordability of ratepayers to actually pay future rates. The draft plan proposes an 11.3% increase in the first year to fund increased operating costs and service debt. Over the next decade, PNCC plans to spend $2.3 billion on capital projects requiring increased borrowing from about $258 million to $660 million, raising the debt limit from about 180 or 200 to about 250 of operating revenue. The major cost driver is the legal requirement to upgrade the wastewater system for the city at a cost of about 647 million. And although Council proposes setting up a special funding vehicle with Crown Infrastructure Partners and the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act, this would require the ratepayers to pay an additional levy on top of the rates from around year 4. And while Palmerston City Council has looked at options to minimise the cost, it's likely costs like increasing fees and charges and seeking co-funding, delaying projects and slowing asset renewals. The search results indicate that there are risks that residents and businesses may consider the final costs unaffordable and not value for money. The affordability impact can compound if the ratepayers are also faced with levies for other major project fundings through special vehicles. PNCC's assumed in these figures that 1.2 billion or 53% of the external funding will come from sources like NZTA for grants for roading and potential public-private partnerships or property leasing. One of the major PNCC transport initiatives is the Palmerston North Integrated Traffic Initiative, or PINITI, which is evaluating network options. However, there's no mention of NZTA committing funding for this yet, from what I've been able to obtain. NZTA determines the funding assistance rates for local government, and that FARS funding assists NZTA and provides funding to local councils for road controlling on land. But NZTA has expressed dissatisfaction with the current system for setting FARS and undertook a comprehensive review to develop a new provisional framework. And I'm unclear how that feeds into assumed funding that will come from another source in terms of what Council's proposing in their long-term plan. And overall, my submission is that even if you're utilising increased debt rates and special funding tools, there's a risk here that some of the major projects are completely unaffordable if expected funding sources do not fully materialise. And this will be reflected in rates going forward in time. And just to pick up on some of the questions I've heard while I've been online listening, you've asked about how you could reduce that capital expenditure in some ways. Now, one of your projects, you've got a lot of seismic strengthening projects going on. How is that work prioritised over what period? And in looking at some of those things, at the initiation of those projects, for instance, like the library is a heritage listed building, were there discussions with Heritage New Zealand to see if the classification and heritage protection could be revisited so that the floors of the building weren't protected but the external walls were, so that the visual components that needed to be kept were kept, which may reduce the overall spend for that project to strengthen elements that don't have quite so much value.
Thank you very much, Amanda. We have a question for you from Councillor Naylor. Over to you.
Thanks, Amanda. I really appreciate your, really good understanding of our plan. One of the things I was interested in your written submission on page 4 was the question around our vision, goals and plans, and you talked about, you said it's the big city ambition that appears to be at issue in the long-term plan, and you've said that the vision requires review. I'm interested to understand if you've got any thoughts about whether that we should be adjusting that, or if you have any ideas, or just expanding on your comments there.
I think in terms of our vision, we need to be, it's great to have vision and want for something more, but we actually have to be able to carry our citizens with that vision, and the citizens have to be able to afford it. So when you look at some of the extensive projects, you've got two library projects on your capital works programs. Why do we need two? What's the driver for that? What's the, that aspect hasn't really been explained, and I don't always have time to read everything that council's doing, and there's probably a document somewhere that will tell me that, but it's not reflected here. So maybe it's we have to be really careful with our borrowing, because we're so indebted as a country, and we have to be very careful because people are really struggling out there.
Thanks, Amanda. And just a second question, if that's okay. You've raised your concern around the debt also, and you've made some suggestions around our seismic strengthening and some of the projects. Do you have any other suggestions on where we can reduce our spend to limit that debt?
I think there's a lot of processes within council that are very expensive, and councils across the country need to look at their spend on. It's almost like we've become too afraid to make decisions, for councils to make decisions. You have some very skilled people, and yet everything is peer reviewed and externalised, and in terms of your technical reporting. So you're spending a lot as a council on technical reports that come from external sources, and there's millions going into those things. So that's one area that you could perhaps reduce costs and spend. But in terms of your capital projects, it seems like the projects start off with an initial budget like the wastewater treatment, which I think about 4 years ago was 240 million. Suddenly it's 647 million. So that massive cost increase, what's the driver there? That's very hard for the public to see. So I'm sorry, I'm probably not answering your question very well in terms of how you reduce it, but I think all of these things have to be looked at very carefully, because there's no information in your long-term plan about how many ratepayers can't afford to pay their rates now. So if you're raising them 11.3% in the first year, how do they pay that next year, is my question.
Yeah. Okay. No, that has been really helpful. Thanks, Amanda.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank
That
you.
does bring us to the end of our time. So thank you for giving us your time this morning, and we will take your comments on board when we have our deliberations at the end of the month.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, councillors, next up we have Lydia, which is number 1054. Welcome, Lydia. Your microphone is already on there. You have 10 minutes, and we have read your submission, so feel free to speak to it, and do encourage you to leave time for questions. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the work that you all do in running this city. My aim is to build on my written submission and maybe go into a little bit more detail. Just to clarify, I'm not part of any lobby group. I'm just here because I received the letter from the council in the mail and informing us of the rates increase and the projects that you were proposing to spend some of the money on, and I felt it important enough to speak on. My first point is that many people in Palmerston North are struggling to afford to pay the bills. I'm active in a lot of different communities here in Palmerston North, and one reoccurring theme I hear in conversations is that the cost of living is going up. People are having to cut back again and again. I have chats with cashiers at the supermarket, older folks living off their pension, younger people who are flatting, refugees who are trying to find rental properties, families who are thinking about buying their first house, and middle-aged people who have already been in the workforce for a few decades. I also volunteer on occasion at an op shop, and I meet people from every demographic and have good chats with them. And conversations with every one of these groups has a common theme, and that is their inability to afford the basic things. Like, I know I should get my kids in swimming lessons, but we just can't afford it. I wanted to go visit my grandchild when the baby arrived, but I can't afford it. I'm so glad your op shop has cheap prices, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to afford decent warm clothes for the kids, because we've had to cut down on using heating this year because we couldn't afford the electricity bill. My kids complain about having bread and porridge for breakfast, lunch and dinner, but we just often can't afford the meat. We've been saving hard for 10 years to buy a house, but we still can't afford it. It seems impossible and I feel like giving up. I could mention hundreds of things that people have said to me over the last year. And to clarify, I don't go around asking people, what do you think of the current financial climate? These are just natural things that come up in conversation. This leads me to my second point, and that is in the current economical climate, some projects might have to wait because we just can't afford it. We are in a recession, and the 6 projects that you have proposed, the 6 main ones, the sports arena upgrade, the cultural centre, the Marae, the Pacifica Centre, and then upgrading the small community library and the other community centre. They're very nice things, and in a good economic climate, they are things that people of Palmerston North could be proud of contributing to. But when you are taking food off people's plates or heat out of their homes to pay for them, they become a burden rather than a blessing. Every time the people of Palmerston North drive past the building sites of these projects, they will be reminded that that is where their rates money is going, or part of their rates money, rather than into aspects that affect the daily life, the food, the clothes, the kids' education, etc. You might not think it's very much per person, but it really does all add up. I know we've done our budgeting and, you get to the, it's just $100 short of this. That means, oh, well, sorry, you can't do swimming, or, well, we might just have to miss out on our monthly fish and chip night or whatever. So it actually affects people's lives more than you think. The third point that I have is community is more valuable than the building that they meet in. A little bit on the cultures in Palmerston North, and community thrives where people are not stressed and needing to work several jobs to make ends meet. Community thrives where people can relax because they have a warm house and adequate food. Community thrives where their children are valued. These things are more important than having a new building to meet in or having nicer seats and turf at a sports arena. I've been to many different cultural gatherings in Palmerston North over the years, and one thing I've noticed is that it's the people that make the gathering, not the space. They meet for their weekly sings or potlucks, and just like one of the previous submitters mentioned, the nightlife as well. People meet. They commiserate about cost of living, life in general. They celebrate with each other. There are school halls, church buildings, community buildings that do exist and are very well used. They put up flags or balloons and fill it with people, and it is a success. That brings me to my fourth point, which is a user pays approach might be better. Schools and groups in the past, schools, groups, etc., have normally had to work hard and fundraise and wait patiently while saving up for new projects such as new buildings to meet in. This unifies and actually strengthens communities. As people are given a free choice of what to spend their money on, there are plenty of people here that would happily donate or contribute to buildings and the projects that you have mentioned that you've proposed, and myself included. I would happily donate something to some of those, but it is unfair to force all ratepayers to contribute to buildings that directly benefit only certain groups, especially at a time where every dollar does count. And forcing people to pay for those things will divide the community rather than bring it together. There are many wonderful charities in Palmerston North as well. They are the person-to-person support. They are not just a building, but they are friends, they are meals, they are practical support, and they are the face of love. If you want to support the different cultures in Palmerston North, please do all you can to keep rates low, so people have the time and the money to spend on meeting together, to spend on enjoying the nightlife or volunteering at a charity. Even 1 hour less of needing to work per week can be the difference of people being able to go to their gatherings or having to miss them. You might not have a nice monument building to point to at the end and say, hey look, we supported this particular culture, but at the end you will have actually helped far more. There are sensible things to spend rates money on. That's my sixth point. I recognise that rates do need to go up. Road maintenance and building maintenance, etc. is more costly. Rates money spent on maintaining our current roads and facilities is sensible because poorly maintained buildings and roads are more costly in the long run. Rates money spent on improving water supply, sewage treatment, stormwater management is also well spent as people don't want their houses flooded, etc. And they need good quality water. And thank you for all the work you do in maintaining this town. Just a little bit more time. My 7th point is that raising rates to spend on removing car parks in this town centre may actually have the opposite effect of what you're wanting. I volunteer at an op shop that supports a charity that runs off Broadway Avenue, and we feel very nervous when we think of the road development plans that the council is proposing, especially since it will involve the decrease in car parking down Broadway and around the square. We saw the shops closing along the square between Church and Main Street because of the roadworks that went on for so long, and there's the lack of convenient car parking. The weather in Palmerston North is not very nice. The vision of having everyone biking or taking the bus, sitting outside and chatting, although a nice utopia kind of idea, is not always practical. I'd like to know, I speak from experience because I biked for 5 years to school, to university, and then to work, and it actually only worked out less than half of the time because of the wind and the weather, that particular combo of wind and rain. There were, if you visit some of the other towns around the world that have really good public transport, you'll see that compared to them, Palmerston North is very spread out, and we don't have the subways and all that. So it might be a pie in the sky idea and not wise to spend more money on that. Many times I've driven down Broadway hoping to pop in and buy something, but because I haven't found a convenient car park, I've had to drive on past and just buy the item online from home instead. If you want a vibrant town centre, support the shops and please don't take away any more car parking. We have a fantastic square and you guys have done a great job, lots of seating, it's fun, and I enjoy going there, and that's been great, but I don't know, I think we need any more. Last and very brief point is that increasing rates for out-of-town dwellers to the same as town dwellers seems unfair. People out of town are paying for their own septic system and don't use city's public services as much, so should not have to shoulder equal burden of maintaining those things. So that brings me to the end of my time.
Thank you. We do have a long list of people wanting to ask you questions, but I don't think we'll have time to get through any today.
Sorry.
Thank you very much for sharing your morning with us and sharing your thoughts, and we will take that into account when we have our deliberations at the end of the month.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, our last submitter for this session is Joanne Wilson, number 917. Welcome, Joanne.
I just need to get some water. Okay.
I know you've heard the drill, so your mic's already on and you have 10 minutes. And the floor is yours.
Cool. Maureen, good morning. This is definitely outside of my comfort zone, but as Sir Edmund Hillary once said, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Firstly, I would like to thank you all for the work you do for Council, for being willing to advocate on our behalf, and for listening to our concerns and feedback regarding the long-term proposals. We all know the importance of planning for the future. We understand the need to have goals to make sure they are sensible and achievable. We have 4 goals of innovation, creativity, being connected and having a sustainable city. But in everything we do, we need to be realistic and live within our means. To overcommit ourselves is not desirable for many reasons. We have to ensure that plans are feasible and the timeframes are achievable. I believe wholeheartedly in Palmerston North. I consider it to be a great place to live, work, learn and grow, a town to be proud of. Palmerston North is a city with many attributes and untapped potential. I know over the next few years we're going to be faced with some big expenditure. Many ratepayers expressed concerns at the 2 residents' meetings recently held. We have nature calls, waste management and earthquake strengthening, work that needs to be undertaken. We still need to ensure that all options are explored to make sure our decisions are sound and to be open to review and re-evaluate. The list of proposed projects, if money was of no issue, they would all have their merits. Investing in our community is necessary, but given the current economic challenges faced by many residents, we need to consider the affordability of the proposed projects and flow-on impact to our city rates. We've been told that we would need to raise our debt limit to 250%, and over the next 3 years, ratepayers will be faced with increases over 34%, and that doesn't include the Nature Calls levy, which I understand is not capped. How are these increases sustainable, let alone affordable? Rates need to be fair and equitable. I actually thought last night that perhaps the rates should simply be a flat fee per property, an easy solution. We all use different services. Looking at some of the projects proposed and the estimated costs, even with some co-funding, it's a huge amount of money in the current economic climate. Perhaps we need to continue to explore alternative funding sources and prioritise essential services to minimise this burden to our community. But what really concerns me, and this is what I want to convey to you all this morning, is that I'm hearing from our seniors and families on fixed incomes on how they will need to reduce expenses to afford these proposed rate increases, how they can trim back expenses so they can pay their rates, cutting back on their insurances or simply cancelling them, not heating their homes and delaying doctors' appointments. This is their reality, and I'm also hearing of their worry and concerns at how they can afford to live here. Not everyone is in a position to tap into the rate rebate, and some narrowly miss qualifying. This also applies to younger folk, paying a mortgage, raising a family, trying to get ahead, trying to save for retirement, being saddled with the cost of living and possibly paying off a student loan. I think one aspect that needs to be central in everything we do is the well-being of people, their physical and emotional well-being. The importance of human connection and relationships. This is what creates community and enables people to flourish. It values the human being in all of us and reminds us of what is important, not money or success. The most important thing is people and their well-being. We offer some amazing services, programs and support in Palmerston North, and I would like to see money being spent on strengthening these services, especially to those who are vulnerable, our young people struggling with mental health, and we can all agree that suicide rates are terrible, and continuing our social housing work, because when people feel safe and secure, then it creates a good community. My question to you all is, what will your legacy be to Palmerston North? Are you prepared to saddle the people of Palmerston North in the current economic climate with more debt for the foreseeable future? You have stewardship over our money. Please make sure you make wise decisions. Consider scaling back or delaying some of these projects. By prioritising essential projects and reducing spending on non-essential initiatives, the Council can mitigate the impact of proposed rate increases. Thank you for listening. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Joanne. We have some questions for you. Councillor Johnson first.
Great.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Joanne. In order to achieve reductions in rates over the next 10 years, we need to cut services. It wouldn't be enough just to cut capital projects. So what services would you like us to cut to achieve the reductions in rates that you're asking for?
I just wonder if, I mean, from what I understand, we just add more and more services to what council covers. And I do actually wonder if you ever go back and review some of those services we do. Are they still relevant? Are they still needed? Can community groups actually support some of the things they are doing? Sometimes people do need money to start off a pilot course or something, but afterwards, as Lydia said, sometimes just giving some koha, $2, $5 can go a long way. So I do think council needs to look at where they are spending their money.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is, you're asking us to cut rates, I'm hearing you.
No, I'm not saying cut rates at all. I know we have to pay rates to cover things. I'm saying you need to look at some of the services
So
we're
I'm
doing.
asking you, what services do you want us to cut?
I don't know all of the services that we cover.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Michelad.
Thanks, Joanne, for your submission. I just read your submission around the rate review that we're doing, and you talked about fairness and being realistic as well in terms of rates increase and that sort of thing. So I probably just want to ask you, what's your idea of fairness? That's the question I've been asking a lot of people that have mentioned it in the submission. Just to
Sorry, I'm a bit deaf in one ear at the moment.
Oh,
so
sorry.
Can you just talk a bit louder for me?
Yes. So you talked about the idea of fairness and being realistic in terms of our rates increases and that sort of thing. And that's a question that I've been asking a lot of people who have mentioned the word fairness in the submission. What's your idea of fairness, just to help me with my decision making when it comes to this?
Where I live is a subdivision that was done in the 1950s. I have a big section. I'm on a back section. There is no way I can subdivide or do anything like that. So I'm looking at if it's based on land value. My rates just keep on going up. There's nothing I can do.
Second question is around essentials and non-essentials, which you've mentioned also in your submission. Very subjective words. So I would like to get from your perspective, I think following up from Councillor Johnson's his questions, what will be considered essential for you and non-essential for you, and what are the non-essentials that you think we should cut?
Okay, and non-essential are some of the projects that are listed. The Awapuni Library, the Marae Complex, the, I haven't got it in front of me, hang on, I do. The Arena, Cuba Street, doing the square, cycleways to Ashurst and Fielding. I don't believe those are essential at the moment. Lovely to have, not essential.
No, thank you for that. That's very good to understand. Thank you.
Councillor Naylor, super quick.
Oh, sorry. Mine was quite similar to the others. Thank you, Joanne, for your submission. Just in terms of trying to identify what some of the services that are non-essential, we've been asked to double our contribution to community groups. I'm just wondering whether that's something that you think is essential or not.
It would depend on the group, but I mean, we used to, in my day, get out there and do a barbecue, sausage sizzle, a cake sale, a gala day. I do think people can help themselves a little bit more.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joanne, for sharing your submission with us. We'll take that on board when we have our deliberations.
Thank you.
Councillors, that brings us to the end of the session. We'll adjourn now and we'll be back in the chamber at 11:30. We'll see you then.
Someone's coming in 12 shifts on behalf of PCC. Take some air of fish and I'll make them all.
She can be a bit like that.
Oh, you got it.
It's been interesting because I was listening to meetings last night. I am a bit deaf today, but I just want to know, my parents are in their 80s, they are really worried and stressed. Yeah, and I mean, I don't, they haven't been such a it's really hard to try and sit down and say to them, oh, you're right. Yeah, we'll have your coffee breaks now.
Yes, well, it's pretty much dinner one, so
Yeah.
enjoy your day.
Yes, I've got to go. My husband's sick, so I've got to go.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Go and look after him.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
All the best. Thank you.
What happens, we already supply over the years, because that plant had us for 50 years before we bought it. And so there's a lot of Okay. So you're alone? I used to go with my grandmother, we'd ride the horse down to the cemetery, and we'd buy two sets of weapons, because they train horses as well, and we'd go there. People laughing and thinking that, and I said, no, we really did ride the horses there down there. I don't believe it. So no, it's still the country. It's not Palmerston North, it's Longbu. So it's out of the city. Yeah, my dad worked in freezing weeks before it closed down, and so I'm a brother.
Hi, good morning everyone. Welcome back. We're on session 12 of our long-term plan and waste management and minimisation plan hearings. We are starting off with Chris Teosharel, who's already in the hot seat, who's speaking to the waste minimisation plan and to the long-term plan. So we have 10 minutes for each of those items, and we have read your submission. Please do leave time for questions. It's over to you.
Thanks very much. Okay, so I'll start with the waste management and minimisation plan submission. Look, when I read it, the proposed plan, and I thought, wow, I've seen this before. You know, it's almost identical. Well, in essence, it's identical to several iterations of it, going back at least to 2009, which I was very much involved with at that time, but probably even before. And, you know, it just hasn't been implemented. The provisions in it haven't been implemented, and this reliance on education that, you know, it's just a forever thing that should just be taken as a given. But to put much stock in it actually changing people's behaviour when it's done in the way that it has been done, which is basically just to provide information on the website and an occasional notice here and there, just doesn't work. Okay, so you need some much stronger measures and a range of measures to change people's behaviours. That's what it comes down to. So that's the first thing. Of course, you have to provide the options and the alternatives that people can use, and this is going to paragraphs 23 onwards about the actual measures that you could take. So the bylaw currently does have, I think, appendices of prohibited and controlled and allowed substances. I think you need to tweak those, and it wouldn't take much to tweak the bylaw to make it so that that the range of items that could be put in separate types of collection receptacles, that people would have to abide by that much more strongly than they do. Now, I'm not talking about, well, ideally it would be 0% of the prohibited goods, but, you know, people occasionally make mistakes. Occasionally somebody is walking on the street and lifts up a lid and puts something in that, you know, shouldn't go in there. But requiring that very, very low percentages of the prohibited items could go in the wrong receptacle. So, for example, you know, any item that's a plastic 1 or 2 shouldn't be going into the waste receptacle, into what I call the residuals receptacle. It should be going into the recycling bin. So that requires, firstly, having in the bylaw a statement that says, you know, shall not put items that could go in the other bin into that bin, and then you need people checking it. And you already have the provision that council officers can already check bins, and because the waste sector has a very strong private industry component to it, you also need to have them behaving in the same ways, putting the same sort of rules and monitoring and enforcement as for the council collection. Now, the private industry might decide that it might want to put that all over to council and authorise council to check its bins. That may be, you know, quite a convenient way to do it. So that's the second thing, and that's basically paragraph 25. Paragraph 26. I was in shock when I saw that it seems like licensing the waste collectors is going to be a new action. That has been possible since the passing of the Waste Minimisation Management Act in 2008. And it's still, and every time that I was involved with it while on council, we emphasised the need to license operators, because if they're not licensed, you have no influence over what they can do. Okay, so that's absolutely essential to license them. Now, I also was thinking that, on my street, and I imagine it's every other street, there's probably at least 4 companies plus council come down my street to collect bins. Now, that is as inefficient as one could possibly hope to make it, I would think. And licensing could include a requirement that different companies operate in different parts of the city. Now, all residents could choose amongst any collector, and pay to those companies, but you might say company A might do section 1 of the city, all the collection, including the council collection. Council might do all the collection in sector B of the city. Company C might do all collection in sector C. So it would just be so much more efficient if it were done that way. And reduce wear and tear on roads, reduce big trucks moving around, especially at the times when school children are on the move, all those sorts of benefits. And I've already mentioned the compliance monitoring, absolutely critical. In terms of the graduated enforcement action, I would see, I think currently I think it still operates the 3-strike process, which people basically get 3 warnings before they then have their service removed. Well, what are they supposed if they have their service removed? Where are they going to put the rubbish? It doesn't take too much guessing. So I would suggest, a much more nuanced set of measures from warning right at the first occasion that it's detected that somebody's putting the wrong sort of waste in a bin, right through to infringement notices, fines, but in between things like attending you might call it an education course, a 2 hours thing where they, take them off to the recycling centre, the MRF at Awapuni, show them what happens there, give them an idea why it's necessary to put certain things in the right bin. So various steps along the way. I think that's possibly. Oh, yeah, sorry, one other point. It was identified, many years ago and is still shown from the Eunomia's waste assessment that a huge chunk of rubbish comes from industry, commerce and institutions. And yet there's nothing in this plan about addressing waste coming from them. It all seems to be focused on the curbside collection, which is a minority of the total waste generation. So I think, those comments that I've made apply to the curbside, but also apply to that sector and also the construction and demolition activity. No building site should have a single skip bin that everything goes in. That's just nuts. If there's a single skip bin, that's where the rubbish will go. It'll all get mixed up. They need to have separate bins for separate things. And there are a few building companies that do it that way, and it's much better. Okay, I'll leave it there and invite your questions.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chris. Just in regards to your suggestion of you having the licences of collectors and just having them in different areas, so one provider picks up an area A, how would you combat the risk of not having that market tension of price point?
No, you still, sorry, 2 things here. They are separate points. Absolutely need to license the operators, whether you rationalise the collection or not. Okay, but no. So members of the public could still contract Company A to collect their waste, but Company A would give that information to Company B if that individual person contracting the service lived in sector 1. So all the customer to business relationship would still be just as it is now, but there'd be a system whereby maybe the council facilitates, or somehow it's facilitated that the companies say, right, you collect all of mine over here and I'll collect all of yours over here. Yeah. And making that, where the two do connect, is making the requirement to cooperate in that way a condition of your licence.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for addressing that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chris. That's nicely for time on the waste minimisation plan, and feel free to move on to your long-term plan comments.
All right, thanks. Well, I have much less to say on this one, and mostly because there's been too much damn consultation lately, and it's hard to deal with it all. Not just by this council, but other councils as well, and central government, and who knows who else. So what points do I want to emphasise here? First and foremost, the very last point I made. Maintenance and renewals. I didn't see very much mentioned about that in the plan. I sure hope they're being done fully, because that's the very basics. Second thing, while I'm on this page, no mention of a natural burial cemetery, but I think that's time is well overdue. There are many councils around the country that are providing it. It's been a movement that's maybe 10, 15 years old in New Zealand. It's how it always used to happen back in the day. And yeah, I think you really need to be, in the very least, at least cooperating with those members of Palmerston North community that are interested in this to make it happen. There's certain things that only councils are allowed to do in the cemetery and burial space. So I really urge you to support those in the community who desire this. The next point. The earthquake strengthening. I think it's time to bite the bullet on this and say actually some of our buildings they're just not suitable, and we'd better start again. Now I know people have attachment to old things, and I do too in some cases, but it just seems like there's endless money being thrown down this hole, and Te Manawa and the library come strike out, because they're the really big dollar ones to do it, and I think and actually even for other reasons, I think combining the two of them is not a bad idea, but now seems like a really good opportunity. I mean, I can remember that both of them always was sucking money for repair to this and repair to that, because there were old buildings that were built for other purposes and other times being converted to purposes that they weren't really suited for. So I'd say, start afresh in some cases. Look, I've already talked about growth when I spoke the other day, so I won't reiterate that. Transport. I had a look at the goals and sub-goals, page 10 or something of it, and I thought, yeah, those look, not too bad. I could agree with most of those. And then I thought, well, how are those actually going to be achieved? Because there's a difference between having these high-level aspirational goals that are meant to be directing decisions, and then what actually happens when it comes down to doing the things that will give effect to those goals. And I was thinking about Featherston Street, and that is a prime example of where something needs to happen there to give effect to 4 or 5 of the different sub-goals that I think you've already agreed upon. And if that doesn't go ahead, then that will be a major barrier to achieving those goals. I mean, especially think about the safe and connected city type of idea, but also the innovative city, the elements of that. And Yeah, so I really encourage you to, it's always easy to get caught up in the furore that develops whenever there's any change proposed. And you know, people will say it's going to be the end of the world for them if something happens or doesn't happen. Step back and think about what were our higher level goals, you know, and is this project or another project contributing to that? Sure, mitigate any negative impacts that it might have as much as you can, but sometimes we just need to do things differently. The things that have been done in this city and in this country and in this world for decades, for generations, aren't necessarily suitable anymore. And I think we've really got to help people to recognize that, and it's going to take a bit of give and take. Okay, there's, you know, our city in the last 50 years, I would estimate, has been really dominated by providing for one particular mode of transport. And there are now so many of us using that particular mode of transport, and it is collectively, nationally and over the world, having such an impact that we need to do other things. So it should be the case that sticking with the status quo shouldn't be an option. So, and that would apply to not just to the Featherston Street, but things like the waste minimisation. We need to do that differently. Need to do a number of other things differently. So, yeah, just want to emphasise that. Thank you very much, and welcome any questions on that particular.
Thank you, Chris. Horizons have been calling on us to prioritise the bus terminal upgrade on account of the heavy investment in that area. And you've said in your written submission that you don't agree that that's a justified upgrade. Did you want to expand on that for us?
Yeah, I feel very strongly about that because, you know, great new public bus system, a big improvement on what existed before. But if it's really successful, it's going to increase the number of trips taken in the city from about 1% to 2%. Big deal. Okay? And part of that whole system, it seemed to be predicated on sticking to this idea of still coming through the centre of the city. Everything coming through the centre of the city. The census data, travel to work and to education, shows most people do not want to go anywhere near the square. They go to other places. There's lots of other destinations, and they don't want to come through here. It just takes extra time, and time seems to be the most critical thing to people these days. They want to get everywhere as quickly as possible. That's why there's such a furore on Featherston Street, because some people think it's going to slow them down a few seconds. Okay, so by spending the money to do a fancy bus terminal now, that bus system is going to need to change before very long. It'll meet its goal of doubling patronage, and we'll say, oh, that's wonderful, but it's still only 2%. You know.
Great. Thank you very much. We have a question from Councillor Barrett.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks for starting to probe into one of the areas that was on my mind as well. Chris, I might just start, though, with the comments around the waste management minimization plan. You're probably aware that there's a review planned in the first year around resource recovery in the city, and I just wanted to get your comment around scope of that review. The kind of narrow end of that could be as simple as just who drives which trucks. The other end of it could be more of a whole of systems thinking about how we do resource recovery in this community. Where would you like to see it sit within that continuum?
Look, I didn't even go down the path of a completely different way of doing resource recovery. I floated it a number of years ago. I don't actually think that responsibility and that onus should sit with public authorities because it's just a huge subsidy to industry that simply encourages industry to continue the wasteful way that things are done. But if the if council is intent on staying in the field, then, as I said, this was all discussed back at previous iterations of the Waste Minimisation and Management Plan, and I don't see a big review as being particularly helpful, and unless it's willing to consider that complete alternative to it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. That brings us pretty much to time. So thanks very much for your submission, Chris, and we'll be submissions, and we'll be taking those into account when we have our deliberations.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're just going to do a little shuffle now, and I'd like to call Manawatu Business Chamber, Amanda Lindsley, at submission number 1133. Welcome, Amanda. You know how to work the mic. So you have 10 minutes, and we have read your submissions. We encourage you to leave some time for questions. It's not. Go the right hand side button. Yes.
So when the red light comes on, when you think it's off,
Yep, red means go.
Red means go. Okay. That's just. So tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for hearing us today. With me is Steve Davey, Chair of the Manawatu Business Chamber, and Nikki Moore, the Vice Chair. We're each going to make comment, and then we'll take your questions as we feel that may be the most beneficial way forward. So with regards to our submission, we take it as read, but we'd just like to highlight a number of key points, particularly number 9, which is the importance of the Freight Ring Road through Pinnerty, and we are fully supportive of the submission and comments made by Jerry Shearman, CEO of CEDA, when he spoke on Wednesday in this regard. Item number 12, earthquake strengthening. We would also like to see progress here, and that council should separate their thinking with regards to an all-or-nothing approach to a city centre future projects and some of the more immediate needs, especially when there's budgetary constraint. You'll also note our concerns with regards to the funding of the Nature Calls waste management upgrade and the impact on ratepayers of all kinds that this will have, and we are very keen to hear from council and have updates as and when those come through, because that is a concern and there's uncertainty around that. Well, the greatest amount of feedback that we've had from the business community has certainly been around the spend and as what people are seeing as nice to haves, and in particular, which has come up time and time again, is the library at Arapuni and the funding for that. Other than that, we'd like to direct your attention to item 14, please, and the proposal from Manawatu Business Council to PNCC and Appendix A in the attachment. And this proposal is in response to a request by PNCC and MDC to revert with solutions to the outcomes from the Manawatu report that we commissioned with Business Central and discussed with Council late last year. And from that, we're focused on 2 of the recommendations and also some of the feedback that we've had further from the business community. And I'll hand you over to Nikki, who'll talk through that next part.
Hi. So the proposal that we're putting forward about the strategic project essentially looks at the fact that we get limited feedback through traditional means. And so looking at other ways to do this. Businesses have indicated that they want to engage and be heard, so we need to change the way that we engage with them. The Business Voice Strategic Project has 2 phases. Phase 1, consulting and co-designing with businesses. We need to have sort of a comms project around that to talk to them about the value of the project, what it involves and what their involvement in it would be. Then consult and co-design with them around excuse me, the key focus areas, prioritising those, and also figuring out what their involvement level would be and the medium through which they'd like to be involved. Still phase 1, we will then consult and co-design with our partners. This includes PNCC, CEDA, the factory, MDC, and talking to them about what they think the focus areas are, and also the complementary work that's already going on. We don't want to be reinventing the wheel or creating projects alongside each other. The second phase of that is going out to the wider business community, getting them to identify their needs and issues. developing a program of support around that so we can have some targeted assistance, getting our partners involved. The Business Chamber doesn't want to be all things to all people. There are a lot of organisations out there that can come on board and support businesses. We'll also re-engage and evaluate the effectiveness and look at new challenges to fine-tune the project as we continue. The key outcomes to make this sustainable. We want to get processes and systems in place, a structure to engage, respond and feed into decision making. We want to strengthen relationships, have a unified voice, have targeted support, strengthen the relationship between tertiary and business, and also create a reputation for a business-friendly council. I'll hand over to Steve.
Just to summarise, I'd like to think that we can all agree that a thriving business community is the key to economic prosperity and growth. When businesses do well, they invest, they hire more people, and that flows through the local economy. We would like to envisage a region that is thriving in part because of the proactive steps that we're proposing today. One such step is a more engaged business community / council relationship. Too often we hear it's a waste of time because nothing ever changes. We want to fix that. And our proposal aims to ensure that things do change and we open the doors to much greater dialogue between council and the business community, and not just an ambulance at the end of the cliff when they've got something to complain about. So we see that as a meaningful proposal as a starting point to create that change. We see the council and business getting on the same page and all striving in the same direction. Each one knows what the other needs to be successful, and that will create a climate where action will be possible and our region will thrive. At present, we do rely heavily as a region on government money, and we all know that there's challenges there. So we do need to diversify and invest in new businesses and all of that sort of stuff. And I think the perfect time is now, because there is never the right time to do it. You've got to do it now, really. At the same time, the Chamber is investing in building connections with the tertiary sector. You'll appreciate this sector is also having its challenges at present, but in my view, allowing them to deal with those in isolation is not the solution. They are an important aspect of our city, and we should be supporting them in doing that. So as a Chamber, we're looking at a range of initiatives that will bring the tertiary sector closer to the business community to enable both to prosper. We would appreciate your support on our proposal, and we're happy to take questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We do have some questions. Councillor Harpiter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you. A couple of questions. So 100K, what's the value proposition? What are we going to get for that? And are you asking MDC the same question? Are you asking them for 100K? And yeah, so what are we actually going to get for our money?
Yes, we have also gone to MDC and asked them for the same amount. They're not mutually inclusive, so we could do one or the other. If we don't get the full amount, we'll cut our cloth to serve the purpose. The value proposition is that business-friendly council, us being able to engage with more businesses across the city and the wider region. And really, if you think back, this has come from the discussion from the Manawatu report, where councils were saying, how can we get out, how can we have a better relationship with the business community? And we came back and said, well, we've got our members, we've got a strong membership base here across the region, but our members' money that fund us, we can't use that to then go out and do other things for people, other businesses who aren't necessarily members at this time, in order to support information exchange between businesses and and councils. So I think what Steve sort of alluded to, but maybe to just say, that the business unit growth for a city is a key indicator of economic strength. And it's really important that we get that growth in our businesses again, that we don't have attrition, that we know what's going on, and that we can help and support the wider business community. And that's, I think, really the messaging from the Manawatu report. They want to be heard. They want to know that they are being listened to as well.
Just one quick follow-up. How is this different from CEDA? So I think we're feeling like Cedar's doing this already, so how's this different from what we're paying Cedar?
No, it's a completely different project type of outlook about how to actually get inside those businesses and understand them. We fully support what Cedar do, and they've got the RBPM project, which is obviously funded through MB, but this is completely different. They're not at the grassroots going in there necessarily to the businesses that might not want to do training at this moment in time. They might not have huge aspirations at this moment in time, but nevertheless they're still a very valuable part of our business community. There's a lot of businesses across the city and across the district that never even get a hearing.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Bowen, in 40 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick one for you, Steve. When businesses come to you and say it's a waste of time, nothing ever changes, what do you say to them?
We actually use some examples where we have actually been at this very table and suggested some changes and they've happened. So meaningful dialogue is really important. And if you bury your head in the sand, as many business owners have done, it achieves nothing.
So do they then change their minds?
Some do, some don't, you know. But I mean, yeah, that was some of the feedback from the Manawatu report. There's no point, which is ludicrous really, but that was the feedback we got. So we got to change that. And that's what this is our solution to that change model.
Okay, thanks for that. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in to share your submission with us. It's all taken on board and will be part of our deliberations. Councillors, we're moving online next to submission 1129, the Planetary Accounting Network, with Sue Lund and Lauren Boyd. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Excellent. You have 10 minutes. Please do leave some time for questions, and we are all yours.
Thank you. Kia ora katoa. I'm Sue, and I'm joined by Lauren, who you can see as well. We have a presentation to share with you, which it looks like Lauren's trying to share on her screen now. Is it letting you share, Lauren?
Hang on.
We can't
I'm
see
happy
anything.
to start speaking as well.
Yeah, we can't see anything on our end at this point, but if you wanted to start speaking to it.
We have emailed it in as well, so if maybe someone in the room could share it with you if we're unable to share it on our screen. Oh no, there we go. That looks like us. What we're going to do this morning is speak to you from the Planetary Accounting Network, where we both work. We are a charity, and our purpose is to help people use science for decision making. And what we're going to do is we're going large this morning. We're taking you out to the limits of the planet, and then we're going to bring you back in and share with you how the work that we do can help councils with their decision making and how it can be used to help address some of the issues that we've been listening to this morning about waste, water, transport, and that sustainable and thriving city and region. And the reason that we made a submission to Palmerston North is because we really applaud the council's vision and your goals for Palmerston North, but we also understand the challenges that councils face when they're trying to achieve parallel goals with often very distinct measurements. And we know there are almost certainly trade-offs that you have to be making as councils along the way. At the Accounting Network, we've connected with a lot of councils in New Zealand and internationally, and we see the challenges are almost always the same. And we've read your council's long-term plan consultation and the draft city strategy and the plans that sit underneath that. And we see that you have a range of measures and targets, and you're developing extra measures and targets in there. The issue that councils tell us that they see is that the measures and targets they have don't help answer the really tricky questions. And the tricky questions for councils are around how do you balance economic and environmental pressures, particularly when they're so interlinked, and how do you trade off different environmental outcomes between, say, carbon and water. And they don't respond to the most critical question is at what point does a council know that it's actually achieved a sustainable and resilient city? Is it an extra 10% increase in green spaces, or a 25% reduction in water, or a set percentage of native forest being protected. So we admire the council's long-term environmental view and the focus on goals in the draft action, and we understand the need to provide tangible insights to the public to show your work. And we too believe that there needs to be strong science and environmental outcomes at the council's table. And we think this is especially so for Palmerston North because we know you're facing really big decisions around the Nature Calls waste project and the waste management plans. So when we go large and we go right out to the planetary boundaries, we have a framework that we work with, which I expect some of you are familiar with. It's the planetary boundaries, and it's recognised as the gold standard for environmental sustainability. It was developed about 15 years ago by leading scientists internationally, some of whom are on our advisory panel, and it sets a framework of 10 planetary boundaries that as a world we need to stay within to keep the planet within a safe operating space for humanity. This framework, which is on the screen now, highlights the importance of thinking beyond climate change and carbon to the broader environmental impacts, which include ones that which are particularly topical for you about waste, land use, water consumption, nitrogen and phosphorus runoff. So now I'm going to pass to my colleague Lauren, who's going to explain to you how at Planetary Accounting we use those global limits and we bring them into a framework that you can use as a council.
Cool. So at PAN, we use a framework called Planetary Accounting that translates these limits into the scales that we make decisions. We can use it to look at the impacts of products, lifestyles, businesses, and in this case, cities or a region. So it's used to quantify the impacts of a city and translates these critical global environmental limits, the planetary boundaries, into an accountancy framework which compares impacts to these limits. So just like with financial accounting where we have a budget and then a cost of something, we do the same thing so you know or can get an understanding of how good is good enough. Am I below or above my budget? So, and it aligns with other global frameworks such as the Sustainable Development Goals, Donated Economics, and nature-related financial disclosures. At PAN, we are a membership-based organisation, and these are just some of the partners within our network, and we're working with some really great brands and businesses both in New Zealand and internationally, like Raglan Coconut Yogurt and Silverburn Farms, to apply planetary accounting to support their decision making, which is really exciting. So what does this look like for cities? Planetary accounting is about simplifying and synthesizing data. It's not a cookie cutter approach, and it can be used in many different ways, just like carbon accounting can. It brings existing metrics in your strategy into a central set of indicators to help track progress of strategies at a whole and also at a glance. It distills your various reporting metrics into core indicators and evaluates impacts of various decisions from your strategies, policies, and projects across those. And the application process is bespoke to the specific needs of that region or city, and it's not about redoing any great work done to date, but adding additional context so that you can get the understanding of how good is good enough based on the science. And then it can sort of move into co-designing targets and interventions. Like once you know where you've got to get to, you can work backwards from there, build a bit of a roadmap, and then modelling progress, and then using this information to update any interventions or actions. Just wanted to talk a little bit about some work that we've been doing with other councils. So this is Ōtepoti Dunedin, their donut, and it's not really about the measurement, but what it enables in terms of decision making. So this work with DCC was around setting their boundary, their impact and their limit, and then the next steps are linking council decisions to these key outcomes, and they're looking at digitising some of the data to make it really easy for different stakeholders to use the framework in their day-to-day operations. And then another really cool example is Regen Melbourne. It's a bit different. It's a grassroots initiative. So their donut is about improving community education and enabling communities to drive change. So this is all online, and it's a really interactive tool that you can go in and click on the different elements of the wheel. And they've got the ecological piece on the outside, and then the the social pieces in the middle, and it gives you information about where all the impacts are coming from. So it's a great tool, explores how well Melbourne is tracking as a city that supports people and planet to thrive. You guys already have some great draft plans that we've had a look through: your climate change and sustainability, the biodiversity and Manawatu River Plan, water transport plans, and it looks like you want to be leaders in sustainability. So in your case, we would be looking at how to strengthen the breadth of environmental measurement and action, and how to put this into context in a way that's meaningful and supports you to make sound science-based decisions that build a sustainable and resilient city. So a bit of an example, and what we've done with other councils is some workshops to find out what kind of matters for you, and then I guess taking these plans and strategies and mapping them against the headline indicators, which we'd put into like a bit of a heat map. So different teams and the things that they're measuring are linked to these science-based targets and goals. At PAN, we see planetary accounting assessments as the crystal ball every organisation and decision maker should have. It defines just how far and how fast environmental action needs to be, enabling decision makers to rapidly test scenarios and roadmaps against these outcomes and create a platform for innovation and transformative change. And that's us. Any questions?
Thank you, Sue and Lauren. It is pretty close to time, and we have no questions for you. But thank you very much for your submission, giving us your time. And we will take that into account when we have our deliberations at the end of May.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Right, moving now, we have Federated Farmers of New Zealand. We have Ian Strahan and James Stewart. That's submission number 1135. Good afternoon. Welcome, gentlemen. I've already figured out the mics. That's good.
Yep,
So it's the
we'll
right
work
hand
that
button. You have got 10 minutes, and we have read your submission, so please do leave some time for questions.
Right,
So
kia
over to
ora. I'm James Stewart. I know most of you here, and thank you for the time. I've got Ian Strawn next to me. He's the Provincial President of Manawatu Rangitikei, and Hamish Easton, who's the Dairy Chair of the province. So thank you for the time. It's really good to catch up with this council again, a very farming-friendly council, and appreciate the support and the understanding that... Oh, what? Sorry, I tend to do this.
Please make your way into our emergency exits. We will adjourn. All right. Welcome back, everyone, from that little brief interlude. We're back into it from where we left off. James, take it away.
Right. Sorry about that. Now I'm completely out of thought of track. Where did Ian go? Anyway, we've lost our president somewhere. Oh, he's coming? That's good. Anyway, I'll crack into it because the clock's ticking. Basically, it's a pretty simple submission. You've all got it. I'll just sort of cover off some of the main points. And a lot of that's around basically minimising the expenditure, keep the pencil sharp. We don't want to drive inflation. Things are pretty tough out there in the economy at the moment, especially in the farming sectors right in the midst of all that. We weren't really wrapped with all three options, but if we'd picked one, it'd be option 3. The cost of new infrastructure should be through the development contributions. Council should adopt the maximum amount of 30% of total rate allocated to the UAGC. What else have we got here? And basically council activities from user charges, things like building control, consents, planning, etc. Council retain the low differentials applicable to any rural property. Council continue to use user pays and charges for solid waste disposal and keep cost increases in these below or at the current rate of inflation. It's pretty hard to be below the current rate of inflation. We get that's high. We've got a lot of pressure from inflation as well. And do you want to talk about just about basically farmers are not an infinite source of revenue for council rate increases?
Yeah, kia ora, everyone. Just in section 3 of our submission rates increases, just to give you, we do appreciate your low differentials comparatively to other councils that on general rates of farmers. Just to put you in the picture about where things are at the moment, James and Hamish are obviously dairy people. I'm a sheep and beef person, and the bulk of the farms within your area are sheep and beef, and it is a once in a generation downturn at the moment. Things are pretty bleak out there. We've mentioned a $62,000 average per farm income. But once you take interest off that, interest costs from debt, books are all in the red. We've got a lot of our members that will be making 6-figure losses. That's after working 60 or 70 hours a week. And next year for sheep and beef farmers, it doesn't look much better. So at the moment, fertiliser, maintenance, that sort of stuff that are going to ensure income in following years are not getting spent. So we ask that the council have a look at it the same way farmers do. Farmers can't, the banks won't lend them anymore. A lot of them only get extensions for 1 year. Farmers can't increase their source of income like council can with increasing rates. So we do ask that you look, and we know everyone's feeling the pinch at the moment, and they're very hard decisions, and we acknowledge that. But on farm, those decisions are really hard at the moment. So just keep that in mind when you set your general rate increases. And just on that, we note the rate increases first 3 years. Just a reminder, at 7% annual rate increases, rates double every 10 years. I'm sure you're well aware of that, and you don't need me to tell you that's unsustainable. At 10%, rates double every 7 years, which is, it's a pretty scary thing. So look, make those hard decisions because they need to be done. And with our members, property value does not reflect actual income or benefit from services. So we've got a lot of farmers out there who are feeling the pinch that will be paying a lot of rates and arguably not getting the benefit from a lot of those rates.
Unfortunately, yeah, we're in a bit of a trough, and Palmerston North will feel that. It will drift through to the city and our service towns. So if the council can play its part and keep those cost increases to a minimum, we'd really appreciate that.
And just the other thing to add really is we are required to operate under various government laws and regulations, such as the Resource Management Act, the Resource Management National Environmental Standards for Fresh Water, and the National Policy Statement on Highly Productive Land. So while we may have asset value of land, it doesn't mean that we can just flick it off in a hurry, and farms just aren't selling at the moment. So that's not something that should be accounted for. It's not about the asset value compared to the ability to pay the bills. And I think, we might as well just go into questions.
Sounds good. Thank you. We have got Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, James and team. I'm not going to ask about your submission on rates because I think that was quite clear. I'm interested if you have a view on when we're developing and building more housing for the city, whether we should be moving into greenfields areas or whether you would have a preference for us building in and up within the city footprint already.
Greenfields areas are, look, federated farmers are reasonably neutral on property rights, and think farmers should be able to have the ability to sell land if they want into different ways. So we're on the fence a little bit on that one. So there is a lot of unproductive land around Palmerston North that would be very appropriate for greenfields. So that's my stance.
I'd say a bit of both.
Yeah, so some greenfields, some infill. Yeah. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. I did want to ask a question about the rates increases area. Your point number 3.7 is, a common theme that we're hearing today where we're being asked to reduce unnecessary expenditure. I'm just wondering if you could be more specific about what you consider as unnecessary.
I suppose we're not. You guys know the priorities of your community probably better than us. Our message is telling you where our members are and just saying the situation they're in. So instead of going through, I mean, it's a long and detailed, and there's a lot of work gone into your long-term plan. But if at the moment farmers are going to have to, and there's no nice to haves. In fact, we're having to cut down on stuff we have to have. So it's really prioritising what you can and can't do without. And look, there's going to be times when we get back on track, and we're going to be able to do the nice to haves. And I suppose our message right now is now's not the time. I don't know if you've got any specifics.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think you know that more than us because you're looking at the books or at the projects. So just keep asking those questions.
Yeah.
So just that's what we're doing right now, and we'll defer things off for a year or two because we just can't do it. So you'll know better than us. We know on our businesses what are the nice to haves.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, guys. Good to see you here. Just wanted to pick up on some of the commentary around rates, and I know there's been a pretty consistent line from Federated Farmers around the 30% UAGC. And just listening to some of your commentary about people doing it tough and how it's difficult, and I assume you would accept that that's particularly difficult for people that are in the lower socioeconomic kind of spaces.
Yeah, obviously it's property owners who are paying the rates, and a lot of the people in that situation are renters, etc. We do note that your uniform annual general charges, even though they're not quite at the 30, they're reasonably high, which we like, but they're still reasonably low compared to other councils. For example, I think they're around about 200, I believe, and Manawatu, for instance, are $612.
Thanks. Have you considered that raising the UAGC has a disproportionate effect on affordability at the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum?
Well, I suppose our point is it's not right at the bottom. It's the lower middle. We do acknowledge it's tough for everyone, but once again, it's spreading the I suppose everyone gets access to the services, and farmers and large property owners already pay a disproportionate amount of rates. So that's really our point.
Thank you.
And thank you. That brings us to time. Thanks very much, and for bearing with us during our interlude there. And we will consider your submissions when we have our deliberations at the end of the month.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, next up, we're going to just jump ahead to Kiwi Property Holdings. We've got Daniel Minhanick and Andrew Heafy. I know you're on a time limit, so we'll try and get you out of here in a timely way. So welcome to you both. The right-hand button on your microphone sits there, and you've got 10 minutes. And please leave some time for questions. Over.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Daniel Minhanick, counsel for Kiwi Property. I have with me Andrew Heafy, who's the centre manager for the Plaza. I've also provided some updated speaking notes that I'll speak to now. So these submissions are presented on behalf of Kiwi Property Holdings, which does own the Plaza Shopping Centre. Kiwi Property's key concern is with the council's proposal to change from a land value system to a hybrid system, including capital value. And so Kiwi Property seeks retention of the current land value based system, or alternatively, and as a less preferred option, that if there is a hybrid system that is to be introduced, that it is staged over a period of at least 3 years. The council will be well aware of its statutory obligations under the Local Government Act and the Local Government Rating Act, and have raised in our submission the concern as far as the requirement that a council has to use one valuation basis for its rating system, and that essentially with the proposed hybrid approach, there is a concern that it is essentially using a mixed system, which isn't provided for by the legislation, or has at least been structured in a way to circumvent that clear direction. The key reason why Kiwi Property is here, though, is in terms of the impact on businesses. The retail sector has already been severely impacted by COVID and then the current recession. The pandemic has resulted in long-term effects on consumer trends, including reducing retail spending and a substantial shift to online shopping. During the COVID-19 lockdowns, Kiwi Property provided significant rental relief to its tenants in the order of $20 million. And unfortunately, though, not every cost can be absorbed. And so it is inevitable that further rates increases for Kiwi Property will need to be shared with tenants. And so we're here, it's not only about Kiwi Property, it is about the close to 100 small business owners within the Plaza. Under the hybrid option, the Plaza will experience a close to 36% rate increase in the next financial year. This increase places a direct burden on the Plaza's tenants, many of which are small businesses, and approximately a quarter are locally owned and or operated. And those increases result in essentially a triple hitting of these businesses. So in addition to the rates generally rising and the adverse economic climate, the introduction of a new rating system, especially at this time, will negatively impact and contribute to increased rates for businesses. And that's in particular that shift to the inclusion of capital value. A capital value system disproportionately affects commercial ratepayers because there's usually more capital development on their land compared to residential ratepayers, leading to substantially higher rates. And that's exacerbated further when you take into account the differentials that are also built into the rating system. And so when you look at that close to 36% increase for the Plaza, that compares to 7 to 9% increases for single and 2 unit residential properties and 14% for non-residential properties. In terms of future investment in Palmerston North, Section 101 subsection 1 of the Local Government Act requires the council to manage its general financial dealings prudently and in a manner that promotes the current and future interests of the community. The proposed changes could potentially affect the CBD's viability and amenity and future investment in Palmerston North. It is recognised by local and central government investment as a growing commercial and industrial hub. These rates increases cut across those intentions. Kiwi Property significantly invests in Palmerston North through the plaza, including maintenance, refurbishment and renovation to ensure it's community focused and attractive for people to work, shop and visit. Kiwi Property's investment decisions are informed by market and economic conditions, including expected rates, barriers to investment and to stimulating retail growth. A rating system involving capital value is misaligned with and actively undermines the council's broader strategic objectives to increase density of urban form in these key growth areas. And the practical reality is that there is a real risk that individual retailers will make the decision to move away from Palmerston North. And so in conclusion, Kiwi Property recognises the difficult operating conditions that the council faces, as well as ratepayers across the city, and that there have been significant increases in many operating costs for the council, including interest on borrowings faced by the council. It also recognises there is a need to increase rates, regardless of whether a new value system for the rates is introduced. The council does need to make sure that it is looking at its books and spending its money prudently, but on top of that, there is this significant change proposed in that move from a land value-based system to a hybrid system, adds insult to injury, essentially. And so these changes are so substantial that they will deter investment in Palmerston North. By retaining the current rating system, rates increases of the kind proposed by the council will be at a more manageable level, particularly if they can be spread over a longer period of time. And so those were all the comments I wish to make, but very happy to answer any questions, or Mr. Heafy can as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, team, for coming and submitting. Kiwi Property has a $3.1 billion asset portfolio. We're talking theoretically what would happen in Palmerston North if we changed to capital, but you must have lived it in other retail centres that you have in cities which have a capital value system. What's been your experience and observations?
Most of them have been done over a 7 or 10 year period. They're slowly introduced. The fact that we've had 30% thrown straight at us on capital value, and as discussed, you have a piece of land, commercial buildings tend to go up high and it costs a lot more. So with that, it's as we alluded to, it's just a significant, we're talking just under $250,000 increase in rates. We're not talking a small amount of money. And this all gets passed on to the tenants, which affects their ability to make a profit and employ people and stay. So it's a bigger picture than what...
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. I guess what I'm more asking is, have you seen higher vacancy rates in cities which have a capital value system,
we've got
for
the highest
example?
vacancies we've ever had since I've been there, and I've been there 30 years. So...
Are you talking at the plaza?
Plaza.
So I'm asking about your retail centres in other cities which already have a capital value system. Have you got higher vacancies in those as well?
Yes. Yeah, Hamilton in particular.
Okay.
Similar sort of city.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just picking up on that, which was largely my line of questioning as well, would you have some information that you could share with Council around comparative rating systems and vacancy rates across the 6 successful shopping centres that you run across the country?
I'm sure we can get some of that, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in regards to the hybrid, so if we were ultimately suggesting at the end of the day, a hybrid system, you're still suggesting we should be phasing that in. And can you give me an idea what sort of time frame you'd think would be reasonable to have that tranched in?
Certainly. So Mr. Heafy's given the example of other cities that have used a 7 to 10 year period. In our submission, we have been pragmatic in realising the issues that the city faces, and so we've set a minimum of 3 years.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Cheers.
Councillor Harpiter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a question. If we did go to this different system, would Kiwi Properties look to move out of the city?
As we said, it's passed on to the tenants, so it just makes it more difficult to find a tenant if there is significant increases. So I can't answer that question as in the organisation, but yeah, they could potentially move, sell.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, very quick.
Thank you. We did some modelling of the impact on businesses across the city, and I accept it's unfavourable for your business, but it did seem to show that for many smaller businesses it would be a favourable change. So, what would be your comment on that?
I guess the experience that Kiwi Property has lived across other centres and the impacts that it has had on its tenants would be that it disagrees with that approach.
Yeah, and I'd like to say, well, what is the benefit for the plaza then? What, the average for a non-residential increase is 14%. So where's the 35? Where's the balance as a benefit?
Thank you very much. That has expired our time. Thank you very much for coming to present to us today, bearing with some delays, and I hope you make your flight successfully. Take that on board for our deliberations.
Thank you.
Just want to see the Mapperley Family Trust, Michael Sharp, they're in the room? Yes, excellent. Welcome. So that's submission number 1136. Just hit that button on the right-hand side of your microphone there. That's right, the silver button. Red means go, so you've got 10 minutes.
10 minutes, I probably won't need 10 minutes.
Floor is yours.
No, I'm a member of the family. We own the sanitarium complex, plus some other properties around town. So we're here to stay. Anything worth investing in, we'll be buying it till we be. I've got family here, and yeah, we're here to stay. But I've had a lot of experience overseas in Papua New Guinea, which I grew up there as a child, born in Auckland. I was taken to Papua New Guinea, territory of Papua New Guinea. It was run by the Australian government at that stage, up until independence. So I grew up in a military town that was very, very well organised. But I'm used to working with ethnic people and also military and effective and intelligent and experienced admin teams, whether it be oil companies, everybody. I'm used to dealing with professionals. Now, you've got a few issues in this town. I've probably been here about 5 or 6 years now. I used to run my brother's pallet company, which operates out of our sanitarium complex. But I remember it was a few years ago, you guys put in that electronic parking system under the ground, and that's quite a good revenue stream for you guys. If you're looking for some revenue, I'd consider expanding that, because you've only got it right in the central city, so all the locals park outside of that, or they park in the Harvey Norman car park. Okay, so extend that if you want some revenue. You've got parking, you were looking at bicycle lanes to Ashurst and Feilding. I wouldn't bother with that. You've got bigger issues than that. Putting up the rates for this, the plaza to 30-odd%, that's lunacy. Like I said, they've got other shopping centres around the country that they're probably quite happy to share the data from that, which is probably worth taking on board for you guys. Now, the reason I'm here, I think if you need more money, you need a wider base, a wider rate base. So you need to start allowing people to build some more houses. Now you're looking to build out towards Longburn. We're out on Walkers Road. We have water bores out there, and you guys need water because you got none. But then again, you guys are the council, so you're the guys we came through to get the authorisation for the bore in the first place. So why you guys can't put bores down in different locations, I find that hard to understand. But we do have bores here. Because it's sanitarium, we have a few residential houses that we supply. Okay, Now, the factory was actually mothballed for a little while, and before it got shut down, quite a few illegal water connections were hooked into the site. Okay, so there's still a few of those still hooked in. And we'd considered, actually, I'd brought my parents down from Auckland a few weeks ago. We came and saw the council downstairs, and I thought, well, we can supply water to you guys, meter it, charge you for it. If you guys want to fluoridate it and chlorinate it, you can. And then you can meter it, charge it, however you guys do it at the moment. And but we also don't want to lose control of our bore, okay? Because it's on our property. We're quite happy to supply you with water. That's just something that needs to be sorted out, that's just an admin thing. Probably 10 minutes with the mayor would figure it out pretty quickly. But because it's very difficult for you to pipe it all that way. You do have bores out that way, but because we're right on the periphery of where you want it to go, yeah, draw it from us. We've just put a brand new bore in that replaced one that got damaged in an earthquake. And that's been operating for probably about 5 months now. I think Phil Webb Drillers, they put it in. So it's brand new. It's running a 3,000 litre tank that we draw off and then pump off around the houses. But if you guys wanted to put some huge tanks in, which you could draw off yourselves, in case there's a power cut, you can still pump water to everybody. But that's something you guys can figure out for yourselves. But I'm not here to run your council. But you guys have got some very competent people here. But now if you need a hand with some water, you come and see us. Be more than happy to help.
Thank you, Michael. We do have a question from the Mayor.
Sad.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp, and thanks for investing in the city with the old sanitarium complex. And I understand the bore was there for the servicing of that of that former factory. How do you get on with the National Water Regulator? I don't see many people. See lots of people want to get out of water, not into it.
Well, I see you guys as the water regulator. You're the council.
Okay, so you
would be the only person we'd be dealing with.
Okay, all right.
We had to jump through a few hoops to get this new bore in, which ended up costing us double what it was supposed to cost, just through delays. Just speaking of various iwis, but we got that sorted out.
Okay.
But if we need to deal with people in the government, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
But I'd just like to see the town grow, so that because this town's set up on a Roman grid. You've already got the roads. It's almost like we're in a virtual reality game, and now you guys are just got to figure out how you're going to bring the people in. It's not hard to bring people in and sell them land, but you do need services.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Do need water. Okay, no, that's all I've got to say. Okay, thank you very much.
We've got one more question from Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming and presenting. I'm just looking at the Waterwell log form that you've presented to us, and I see that your intended use is a domestic supply, not a public supply. So you're aware that there would need to be considerable upgrades if what you're suggesting was to be taken into account.
Upgrades in which way?
To the bore to provide it to a public supply level.
Well, it's a brand new 150mm bore, 6-inch.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's brand new. And in what way would you want to upgrade? It's only 4 months old.
Yep. Thank you very much. That concludes. Oh, no, sorry, we have one further question. Councillor Naylor.
Thanks for your submission. I'm just really trying to understand how what you've proposed would benefit us. Are you suggesting that it would be more cost effective to use the water from your bore than what we currently use for our city, or?
No, you've got no water source out that way. See, that's right on the periphery of your plan.
So you're suggesting to make it available for the
we can make it available to you. Probably the easiest way to do it, though, is just we just meter it. But that's something we can sit down and talk to the mayor and all your technical people on. But we do have a brand new bore. And because we're supplying houses out there, it's probably easier if you guys supply them and you guys get the money from them for the rates. Because at the moment, we're supplying them for free.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's just led to one more from Councillor Barrett.
Thanks, Madam Chair. If we were to go ahead with some kind of connection between a business and a council around water, if something were to go wrong, where would the liability sit?
Well, that's why we'd like to hand it all over to you. It's a brand new bore.
Thank you.
Okay. So you've probably got 30, 40-year life term out of a bore.
Thank you. That does conclude the questions now. Thank you for coming to submit to
Makes
us.
sense.
And we will take that into consideration with our
We're
deliberations.
basically handing you the operation of a brand new bore.
Thank you very much. We'll next call the Te Awa Community Foundation. That's submission number 1138. Kia ora kōrua. You've got your mics sorted. That's great. So you've got 10 minutes. We have read your submission, so please speak to that, and I encourage you to leave time for questions. Over to you.
I ngā mana, i ngā reo, i ngā raurangatira mā o tēnei hui, tēnā koutou, ko Kat Riki hana tōku ingoa. I'm here as the co-general manager of Te Awa with Clive, our board chair. Just going to give you a little overview of what Te Awa is to start with, and then Clive will address the points in the submission. So we are the 17th of 18 community foundations in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and we have been in operational mode for about 12 months now, but around a little bit longer with the board developing the foundation for us to move forward. We work in the space of philanthropy, so we are encouraging local philanthropy, growing local philanthropy, building relationships with local communities. Our area, I suppose you'd say, is along the lines of the Horizons region. So we're here specifically today to see how we would be able to encourage that philanthropic giving nature and spirit in this city. So we do that through encouraging people to give direct donations while they're living. We work with advisors to encourage giving from people in their estate planning, and we resettle older trusts who no longer are able to maintain, and that can come under the Te Awa umbrella, so that we can administer the same charitable purpose, but it becomes less of a hassle for that trust. So in New Zealand alone, over the next 20 years, there's a $1.11 trillion transfer of wealth. So that, and also working with partners such as council or other organisations, which Clive will probably allude to a few of those developments. We really think that working with council, with organisations to flourish philanthropy is a really longer term, intergenerational idea of wealth rather than scraping for funding. In one sense, it's long term and it sits alongside other funding sources. I think that's all for me, and Clive is going to talk on our submission.
Thank you, Kat, and thank you, everybody. So the reason for our submission is really taking a long-term view on what is the role of a community foundation in this city in the future. The climate that we're in at the moment for charities and organisations that rely on funding, either from council, other funders, donors, businesses, etc., is really very constrained right now. We're in a pretty acute cycle. But we'll be in another acute cycle in 7, 10, 12 years from now. It's cyclical in its nature. And so what we're trying to do is build up a resource that will serve the unknown, unmet needs of this city in the future. That's really the essence of what we're trying to achieve. And we're following really good models. There are other community foundations that have been really enabled and bolstered through their relationship with their council. Think of Taranaki, Hamilton, Auckland, Christchurch, Tauranga. There are other examples. And we are engaging in the LTP process with the other territorial authorities in this region as well. And what we're trying to encourage is the establishment of opportunities for place-based giving. intergenerational place-based giving. What we find in the provinces and in rural communities is that often when wealth's transferred from one generation to the next, it leaves town and it's lost forever to that place. Whereas if people understood that they could leave 1% of their estate to their place and look after the people that they love with the other 99%, that place would be preserved and the things in it that they care about would be preserved for generations to come. So when we launched Te Awa Community Foundation, we talked about it being a 400-year plan, and we still stick with that. We're really trying to think very, very genuinely about intergenerational thinking. So the focus of our submission, and as a potential talking point today, we had two, I guess, key points that we wanted to make. They may not be crystal clear in the submission, but what we're suggesting is that we establish local funds. We create opportunities already for businesses to establish designated giving funds. We create opportunities for families and individuals to create designated giving funds either through current money or gifts and wills. What we think is better for a place, a city like Palmerston North, is a initiated fund by the City Council. As an example of that, with Tararua District Council, they seed funded 6 local community funds in their region. The Woodfall Fund, a Dannevirke Fund, a Pahiatua Fund, a Ikitahuna Fund, a Norwood Ormondville Fund, and a Coastal Fund. It's minimal seed funding, but already we've seen things like the Pahiatua Scottish Society fold up and put its remaining assets into their Pahiatua Fund for the benefit of that place forever. So the concept works, and it doesn't take a huge sum of money to get the ball rolling. So we think there's a really good opportunity there to do that with the city. The other opportunity that we've mentioned in the submission is the idea of a civic fund. And so what we're talking about there is really where there are significant philanthropists or people who want to be generous to the place that they have made their money in, where their families are from, and want to contribute to community-based assets, but can't fathom the idea of donating to a council. And so a civic fund with a community foundation would allow for tax-effective giving into a charitable purpose where the money could be used to partner with community facilities. So that's something we really love to explore with the City Council. I'll stop there, but we welcome any questions, and thank you again for the opportunity to submit.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both. Thanks, Clive. It doesn't seem all that long ago that we were at the launch for Te Awa, so it's great to see things starting to happen. I wondered how big, are you allowed to say, how big is the fund now?
We're just below 1 million so far. The reality is that we from another hat I wear, once you start inviting people to leave a gift in their will, it typically takes 7 to 10 years for that to transpire. We do know through legal advisors that there are significant gifts and wills that have been dedicated to Te Awa Community Foundation, mine being one of them. It'll take time, but we know from the Acorn Community Foundation, they're currently sitting on close to $70 million of assets under management after 20 years, with another $130 million designated, and equally the Nico Community Foundation in Wellington, one of the older ones, has just been advised that Mark Dunachik is leaving his $750 million estate to the Nico Community Foundation because he made all his money in Wellington and he wants all his money to stay in Wellington. So there's really good examples of how this works well.
That's great. And you mentioned the seed fund idea for Pahiatua and places. What kind of seed fund amount are you looking at there?
So we've been super kind as a community foundation. We thought we want to make this easy, not hard. Other community foundations have a minimum $50,000 to start a designated fund, and you're encouraged to donate another $50,000 for the operational support. We didn't think that was feasible in our place, so we set the bar at $5,000. So we're trying to make it as easy as possible to set up designated funds that can be built on by the community. So that's our current. We'd love for it to be more, and we really think it's not really until a fund gets to 50,000 that you can start making an annual distribution of any value. Okay. But to get it started and create an opportunity for other people to contribute to the same purpose could be as little as 5.
And the same for the civic infrastructure fund that you're proposing?
Well, that's something we'd like to discuss. I mean, there's a whole lot of common sense that comes with that idea. It seems to us that there's some senior people in the town who have made their money in this place, who perhaps would like to see particular types of things done in partnership with council, but placing the money in a designated community foundation might be a really practical way to have those conversations with those people. So that's something we'd like to explore. That's definitely not a cookie cutter option.
Okay, thank you, Clive. Really interesting. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for your submission. I don't know if I'm missing something, but I'm struggling to understand why we would commit ratepayers' money to the community foundation for you to distribute at a later date when we could distribute that money ourselves.
Sure. So what we're not talking about receiving support so that we can give it all to a community purpose. We're talking about receiving an investment that we don't spend, we just hold and facilitate, that will establish a designated purposeful fund that other people can add to. So it's kicking something off, encouraging it, promoting it, so that other people can join in beside it. We wouldn't be making a grant from your grant. We would be establishing a fund that would be retained.
Okay, but couldn't that fund be established just by donation from an individual?
It totally can. What we find happens in community foundations in the early years, being 20 odd years, is they're typically donor advised funds. So a person will say, I want my money to go to this one thing, rather than to the future unmet needs of a place. Over time, when trust is established, then people trust the community foundation to support the unmet needs of a place. What we're saying is the right relationship with the City Council can fast track that.
Okay, thank you.
Ngā mihi kia kōrua, we are out of time. Thank you very much for your submission. We'll take that into account for our deliberations.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are on our last submitter for this session, which is Whātunga Tuo Volunteer Central, and that's submission number 1141. Welcome both.
Thank you.
You've got 10 minutes.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Kate Aplin. I'm the manager of Whātunga Tuo Volunteer Central, and this is Chris Atherton, who is our board chair. I'll pass over to Chris to start us off, and we'll hopefully not take too much of your time.
Hi, I've been part of the Whātunga Tuo Volunteer Central whānau for 7 years. We operate over Horowhenua, Manawatu, Tararua and Palmerston North City. In Palmerston North City, we've got 1,000 volunteers, over 1,000 volunteers, and their ages range from 9 years of age to 98. The average age of a volunteer in the city is 47, so the impression of volunteers is it's an old person thing. Well, actually it isn't. They're quite young. We're quite lucky in Palmy because it's a refugee resettlement centre, so we bring a lot to the party in this city in terms of building community resilience for those communities. We work with 42 ethnicities within this city, which is a lot, but it's symptomatic of the makeup of this city. We also operate with 160 member organisations, which includes businesses as well as community organisations and iwi. That gives us a big insight into many parts of the communities and many communities within this city. I know some of you guys attended our AGM, and there was a young disabled guy there that spoke. He was a volunteer with us. He spoke about what volunteering actually did for him, and it got him out of bed. He delivered essential services and supplies during the COVID lockdowns, and it gave him a purpose. And the benefit that it brought to him, it gave him a purpose to get out of bed, and it brought so much to him. And volunteering is like that, and it brings a lot to a lot of people. What we see across the organisation and within Palmy is a lot of the funding. A lot of community organisations like us say that we run on an oily rag, and that's true for us, but we also cut our cloth to suit our funding. And that was evidenced over the COVID years because our funding shrank quite significantly, but we shrank our cost base to suit that. What we see in Palmerston North City, and what we're really, we're on your side in terms of the community spend. We're not saying spend more. What we're really, really interested in is is how that money is divided up amongst community organisations, because what we see with a lot of the agencies that we work with is a lot of duplication and an unnecessary spend, and we really think that we can achieve a better bang for our buck with what you spend in this space. And that's really the top and bottom of our submission, and we'd like to be a sector lead in that work. Do you want to add something to that, Kate?
I think just moving on from what Chris has said, it's not just about the financial cost of the services as they're currently provided, it's actually the people cost as well. And if you think of just the 160 member organisations that we work with in Palmerston North City, that actually equates to 640 people if they had a board of 4 people. Most boards are actually 6 to 10 people. But if you had a board of 4 people, that's 640 people just involved in the governance of these organisations. So that it's not just the financial cost, it's also the people cost and the infrastructure cost that in the current circumstances could be reviewed to see how we could actually work together better and still meet the needs of the community and make sure we're meeting the priority needs of the community as a collective community rather than working as individuals and duplicating the same thing. For example, there was a new charity that was just registered in this area 4 weeks ago. It's really just 2 ladies that are doing something that's a really good thing that they love to do, but it's also done by 4 other organisations in this area already. So how do we actually look at it to make it worthwhile people and finance-wise? Another situation is we know that social services are the glue that holds things together when things get tough. Things are tough out there for people at the moment, and the announcement yesterday from FinCap saying that they're reducing significant amount of funding for financial mentors and financial providers in a circumstance where people are losing jobs and needing to manage their money extremely carefully is just an example of how we as a community need to look at how we can support that sort of initiative. Another significant impact at the moment is around, for example, ECCT, Eastern Central Community Trust, have changed their funding strategy, and the way that people, services in Palmerston North or in the Palmerston North City Council region has traditionally been funded by ECCT is not going to be happening. There's going to be a significant loss of revenue, and that was announced by ECCT at a Te Pūhara Keki members meeting last week, to the shock of quite a few of those social services. So there is an opportunity to work with ECCT about getting some funding to look at how do we work together as a community for the betterment of the community, but also for the best spend of the community on their new project funding, which is something we'd be happy to explore and work with Council on developing. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for your submission. Interesting because it's quite out of step with the other submissions we've had from community organisations, in that you've suggested that we shouldn't be investing in anything that's a non-regulatory initiative, and also that you've made this point about duplication of services, which you mentioned in your oral submission. So I'm just wondering how much consultation you did with your member groups to produce this submission, or whether it just really reflects the views of the staff and or board of Volunteer Central.
So we didn't actually go out and do a survey, but for example, we do workshops. We facilitate workshops that social services providers come to. And in those workshops, it's often about how do we manage volunteers, what are the challenges we're having with the community, what are our challenges as an organisation, how to address difficult behaviour, all of those sorts of things. And something that comes across quite regularly in those workshops as feedback is about the lack of ability to find people for governance positions. Another feedback is that we don't know where our boundary is sometimes with regards to other services that are in the organisation, in the community. And as our submission says, because we're not actually involved in funding any of the community organisations, sometimes we hear things or people talk to us about things that they might not talk about if they're concerned that their funding might be at risk or their contracts might be at risk.
Okay, so which initiatives do you want us to defer?
To defer?
Yeah.
I think there is some, well, what we were talking about was that there are at least 4 initiatives around renovating or upgrading buildings and a new library building. They're significant cost items that at this point in stage is the priority to do those buildings, or is it to look after the people?
So would you support more money going into community spending then?
Absolutely, and we support the stance that Manawatu Tenants Union and Te Pūhara Keke have already submitted on of doubling the community spend.
Thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for submitting. I'm just trying to understand in real terms what you're actually suggesting when you say work with us to prevent duplication. Are you saying we would empower you to get these 4 groups in a room that are providing the same service and say, right, we're going to recommend to council that they only fund one of you and effectively facilitate a merger, or what are you actually suggesting to us that we would do?
I think it's supporting an initiative to say, for community development, what do we currently have, what do we need, and what the results of that might be, we don't know as yet, because it will depend on some research needing to be done. So it's more about the council supporting that approach, as opposed to asking for funding or anything like that.
So you're effectively suggesting we do a needs assessment across the community sector and
similar,
funding
yeah,
off that.
something along those lines, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes our questions and our time. Thank you very much for your submission, and we'll take that into account when we have our deliberations at the end of the month.
Ngā mihi.
Thank you.
And that also ends our session this afternoon. We are adjourning, and we will be back at